4 a.m. Shibuya is said to be the city that doesn't sleep, but few people could be seen in the pedestrian scramble in front of the station. In their place were numerous parked taxis, standing by for a chance to carry away the drunks unwilling to wait for the first train of the day. None of the taxi drivers had reclined their seats and were napping. Yet there were also hard-working drivers among them who rested against their steering wheels and gazed blearily in the direction of the 107 building and the shopping district. But they weren't trying to ascertain whether any potential customers were talking about. They watched with deep interest the movements of the street cleaners who arrived about 30 minutes earlier. At least, those 5 to 6 men were presumptively street cleaners because of their yellow arm badges with sanitary worker characters inscribed on them. Without the badges, chances were that 10 out of 10 people would have failed to recognize them as street cleaners. For some reason, they all wore black suits. Furthermore, ever since arriving, they had blatantly evinced no signs of starting to clean. As for what they were doing, one man held up a peculiar instrument shaped like a pendulum, and the other men surrounding him were measuring something. Moreover, this did not happen in merely one place. Everywhere from the center of the edges of the scramble crossing, they took measurements and wrote things down on pieces of paper. Now, too, they gathered directly below the traffic lights and silently paid close heed to the movements of the pendulum device. At least, the instrument let out a small noise. So, also a little invitation for you.
0.2の8、0.62メガ GE、ハイスコアです。
A small invitation for you. I have set up a Twitch bot that reacts to some commands. So, if you type in exclamation mark commands, it will give you all the commands that it has. And all the commands will lead to a sound being played on the stream. Each command has its own sound assigned to it. And I hope you will recognize those sounds. So I've been putting some effort into memeing, you could say.
先月より38ポイントもアップか。思った通りだ。
But no one in early morning Shibuya was there to take heed of their curious actions and murmuring. As soon as customers climbed out their cars, the taxi drivers took off and quickly forgot about the mysterious street cleaners. The drunks were less than fully conscious and could hardly see their surroundings in the first place. Female entertainers and nightlife workers, released from the stress of having to keep smiling at repulsive drunkards, got into taxis to return home as fast as possible. Because of this, not a single person noticed that the government had not formed any plans whatsoever for the streets to be cleaned in the small hours of the morning today. On those badges, do you mean the kanjis on those badges? We can look that up. Give me a moment. I have a tool for that. Give me a second. The kanji, my kanji tomo. Well, it might make sense to call it to write cleaning crew on there. I will just consult my kanji tool in order to tell us what has been written. I hope it detects the kanjis because they're slightly tilted. So Oh, damn. I accidentally clicked. Damn, that was stupid. That was really stupid. So I can't decipher those kanjis. I'm stupid. Ah. Impatient me. But the kanji tomo is running anyways. Yeah, the kanji tomo. I've been running the kanji tomo on the chat sono meme, and it says cleaner or janitor. So what you're saying is cleaner or janitor in kanji, according to the tool. So much attention was paid to the sentence used as the headline for the auction page, which read, "Supplies of type B blood are currently inadequate." Several days prior to the incident, tissue packs advertising blood donation drives with the exact same sentence written on them had been passed out in large quantities in the plaza in front of Shibuya Station. I had one of those tissue packs close at hand. Its congruity-filled text could be interpreted as an advance warning of the murder rather than a recruitment notice for blood donations. Apparently, the police were searching for the part-time workers who had distributed the tissues, but for some reason they hadn't managed to find many leads. There was one area in which Vampire House differed crucially from the other 3 cases. Just a second. Doro Flight meme. How do you mean reading this blind? It's my first run, and I'm kind of choosing whatever I want to choose in the first run. If you mean that by blind run, just choosing whatever I want instead of going by a guide. And as far as I've heard, I think in the first run it doesn't matter which stuff you choose for a couple chapters. While signs of it had already been present in the staking scene, the tendency towards theatricality had manifested far more strongly this time around. Some in the media had begun to assert that there should be more police officers patrolling Shibuya, or that a late-night curfew could be enacted to prevent young people from loitering around instead of going home. However, the number of youth visiting the area showed no indication of dropping. As usual, the pedestrian scramble and the shopping district were packed with people. And at the middle of a festival that was going on, a group of people who called themselves Snake went out to Shibuya late at night to report on the conditions there. And a certain phrase became popular among the youth of the city. Is that certain phrase a phrase we all know? Whose eyes are those eyes? Plus, it wasn't only online. These words had also infiltrated the ranks of delinquents who walked around Shibuya. Also, shout out to Zonomeme who has followed me. My layout currently has a little bug, which results in the thing not popping up on stream. So, but my email notification told me that you subscribed. So, yeah, it's first time. On other genre, it was fashionable to tack the phrase onto the end of your sentences, even if it had nothing to do with what you were talking about. Looks like Seratan won't show up in this week's Burachu eyes. Oh, those eyes. The weapons you get with the new patch are all the way too weak. Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh, okay. It's like how Twitch uses kappa, just replacing it with whose eyes are those eyes. Or give me a sec.
その目、誰の目?
So, whose eyes are those eyes? And so on. To young people, perhaps New Gen was simply a cause for excitement and epic threads. Though to me it was the most aggravating thing imaginable. Even so, by the time 3 days had passed since the Vampire House incident, I had started to regain my composure. Yeah, SciADV product names. There remains something like a lump in a corner of my heart. Of course, but by immersing myself into ESO over the weekend, I was able to temporarily forget all that hateful and incomprehensible stuff. Even today, when I had to attend school, I succeeded in getting through classes by sleeping or rocking my head over information about rare items in ESO. I've grown up a little, huh? And now we're back to his PC. And so, on my way back home, I took myself to Ad Cafe for the first time in a long while. It pleased me that my usual choice, room 37, was open today as well. The last time I had come was 2 weeks ago, and it was the first time I'd ever left such a large gap in between visits. I found the atmosphere of the store and everything it comprised to be amazingly nostalgic. The rank smell of the breeze released by the air conditioning, the manga volumes that had come to be infused by the scent of nicotine, how comfortable it felt to sit in a reclining chair, the snores of old men in the midst of dead silence.
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。そこから分かったことは、あなた一人の自作自演。
Oh, you are.
将軍は、あなた自身。
Recalling what Yua had said, I fearfully scoped out the neighboring room 36. I had confirmed that no one was nearby me when I first entered the store, and it must have been empty, since I couldn't hear any noise, and I still twitched at the thought that someone might be there nevertheless. Getting up, I surreptitiously peeked over the divider, but as expected, there was no one using room 36. Relieved, I sank my body into the reclining seat. I hadn't met with Yua since then. We were in different grades, and I didn't come to school much to begin with, so it was natural that we would have no opportunities to run into each other. Yeah, not schizophrenic, but multiple personality disorder would hit it. Would describe it in a sense. So Yua, the girl, is accusing Takumi. Yeah, dissociative identity disorder, yeah. Yeah, that's what Sonomime and Ghost in the Steiner, yeah, I think that is correct what you guys are saying. So, basically he forgot... Well, Yua is kind of thinking that he forgot about the stuff that he has done, and dissociative identity disorder is what Yua thinks that Takumi has. So But Takumi cannot remember any of the things that you accused her of, so it's kind of a struggle for him to believe, in a sense. I hadn't met with you since then. We were in different grades, and I didn't come to school much to begin with. So.
ユアの妄想はすごいよ。
Yua's got some amazing delusions. I couldn't help pitying Yua. She was clearly sick in the head. The best way to deal with someone like her was to let her be. She was an accident waiting to happen. These past 2 weeks I'd risked getting dragged into all kinds of hassles. Until then, I had a remarkably uneventful daily life, and Misumikun was just about the only person who started the conversations with me. Why had only bizarre and unreasonable things happened lately? I didn't want to think about anything that could aggravate me. Even that dying message must surely have been a coincidence. Regardless of whatever anyone said about it, weren't they commonly used words? The likes of me had come up with them, so there'd be nothing strange about it if someone else thought of them as well. I wasn't interested in knowing who that message had been aimed at. No, rather, I admonished myself that I mustn't become interested. You must not become interested, my friend. Those 3D girls are just an illusion. Choose Seiraton. Something nearby started ringing out of the blue. Startled, I jerked in my reclining chair. It must be his own phone. It was the sound of a phone, but whose phone is this phone? Because it was quiet inside, the electronic sound echoed particularly emphatically throughout the area. I looked around, but I couldn't spot a phone anywhere.
もしかして。
A thought suddenly occurred to me, and I fished around inside my bag. Sure enough, that what had been ringing was the cell phone I'd bought just a few days ago. I looked gingerly at the LCD display. Normally, the caller's number would be displayed there. Would it be okay to answer this? But that aside, I didn't like talking with people very much. For starters, who on earth was calling me? I hadn't given this cell phone's number out to anyone yet. The only people aware of it were my family, and Nanami, busybody that she was, had put them in my address book. When someone called from one of the numbers recorded in the phone's address book, their name was supposed to get displayed. In other words, the person calling me now wasn't one of my family members. Japanese phones are super special. Then who was it? The phone went on ringing stubbornly. Would someone calling a cell phone usually make it ring on and on with such persistence? I'd never used one before, so I had no idea, but it was an unbelievable nuisance. I like this, yeah. So, to suddenly encroach your personal space and have it ring until you picked up. Hey, Kumin. It was just the right way to invade someone's privacy. This was why I hadn't wanted a cell phone. Actually, that's kind of odd. My automod blocked the term Kumin for some reason. But I know Kumin is a nickname in our chat at this point. Yeah, we're already on ChäoS, so it was just the right way to invade someone's privacy. This was why I hadn't wanted a cell phone. Ah, it stopped. Relieved, I checked the LCD screen again. 1 missed call, it said. I had no desire to call back, given that I didn't know who'd pick up. Thus, I decided to let sleeping dogs lie. We had a tie, and when we had a tie, I was personally in favor of playing ChäoS Head, so we chose ChäoS Head. It'd be bad if this kept happening in the future, so I'd better learn how to put it on silent. Cell phones are such a bother. I didn't like phones to begin with. They're just weird, you know. How does anyone figure out whether or not the person at the other end of the line is the real one? With phishing and identity theft, wouldn't it make more sense if people at least made some attempt at confirmation? It was completely mystified by how they could stay unfazed while having conversations with a potential impersonator. Even if I knew the principles behind how it worked, it was hard to believe that one's voice could pass through phone lines to reach faraway places. When you talk on the phone, your voice gets converted to electrical signals that pass through the phone lines until they reach the person you're conversing with, and your voice gets turned back into normal, becoming hearable for the first time. To put it in a different way, for you to talk on the phone, the process needs to include a minimum of 2 such conversations. In the case of a cell phone, it involves a complicated system wherein your voice starts off by getting turned to electrical signals, which travel to a nearby station via radio waves and then run through normal phone lines to another telephone exchange, from which it heads to the station closest the person you're calling, and finally reaches their cell phone in the form of radio waves. Yeah. The vote wasn't as well visited, but I'm glad you seem to be joining for ChäoS Head. If my voice was getting exchanged for electrical signals, would the person I was speaking to ultimately receive my own voice accurately, phrase for phrase? For that matter, it was impossible to deny the prospect that, in the process of conversion to electrical signals, my voice and words might change to something totally unrelated. For instance, what if I called Nanami and instead of reaching her, my call got sent to some sketchy facility, and a person I'd never seen before in my life pretended to be Nanami and answered the phone? Maybe they'd even be a computer instead of a human being. That was why it scared me to talk on the phone. It scared me so much more than talking face to face. And you know, Takumi, technically speaking, you have a point. Technically, Takumi, I think it is possible to at least alter the voice that is coming through to manipulate the call. I think it's possible, and for example, when I've called someone on my mobile phone, I had this rare occasional bug where I was being connected with another person that was not the person I was intending to call. Like a person I did not know at all, and then I was like, then a voice greeted me, and I was like, I did not call this. I called you straight out of my telephone book, and I got somebody else. That happens. It's rare, but it happens. So, and I think some people may be able to abuse this for purposes that Takumi has just rambled on about. So, when I logged in ES as Lieselotte, as like I always did, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 weeks since I'd used Lieselotte, but I was pretty satisfied by now, by how well she cheered up everyone around her. I left that cafe in a good mood and headed home. The shopping district was as boisterous and full of people as ever. I had always found it annoying, and the illumination of the various stores lined up along the street made it so bright that I had a hard time believing it was night. At the end of that bright road, I jerked to stop when I saw it. For the first, it stood out still more in the middle of the crowd. That girl was. In the midst of such huge number of people, she glared at me unwaveringly. In the shopping district, there were where people came and went without ceasing, where it was difficult to so much as walk in a straight line, she stood still, smack in the middle of the road, resting their colossal sword she held in her hand on her shoulder. It was a blatantly bizarre spectacle. So I think those are the dice swords. Yes, I've seen the anime and it's horrible. But those must be dice swords. So, just for today, I bought some Mountain View. Because my head starts telling me that I need some liquid. I did not see ChäoS Child anime. And I will never see ChäoS Child anime. She was the girl I'd seen at 107. She'd been where Nanami and I went to get a cell phone. Thank you, Loops Cat. Thank you for that compliment. It's pronounced D sword. Thank you. I think being shy is not really an obstacle. You're in streaming in a sense, since you get the chance to just talk without people being present physically, but people are present on chat. That makes a huge difference, I think. But yeah, just I'll encourage you to try it out, Loops Cat. It's great. In the shape of the sword, her Sume uniform, her long dark hair, each characteristic matched perfectly. Back then, she'd been standing atop the stairs to 107, watching the people below go to and fro. In addition, well, I've been told the ChäoS Child anime is pretty bad. And I've been told that the ChäoS Child visual novel is pretty amazing. So at this point I'm just gonna save some time by avoiding the ChäoS Child anime at all. And just play the ChäoS Child visual novel at some point. Which I definitely will do. I just don't know when I'll have the time to get around to do so. I recalled the sharpness of her glare. I had met her once before at school. Almond-shaped eyes, a face attractive enough to make her a model. Although it conversely made her seem unapproachable, sleek, dark, and waist-length hair. She was Girl B. And roughly a week ago, she rudely asked me to, "Who are you?" in the corridor between buildings. But why was she staring at me, thinking I was being overly self-conscious? I looked around. At times like this, it might turn out that she was actually looking at an acquaintance of hers over my shoulder or something. But that didn't seem to be the case. The one she was glaring at, with a look of hostility, was, as I thought, me. I shrank. I understood what it felt like to be the proverbial frog getting glared at by a snake. Staring back was out of the question. Locking eyes with people was my biggest weakness, so I had no choice but to look down. Time to run. Normally I'd go home by turning left at the scramble crossing where she was standing, coming out next to Book first. But today, I decided to go around by the station plaza. There were a lot of people there, but I'd take a pass on letting some scary 3D girl pick a quarrel with me. She might try to shake me down for money. Girl B looked like she was alone, but in truth, maybe her juvie friends were lying in wait nearby, plotting to beat me senseless once she lured me in. I wasn't about to take the bait. I swung around to the right and was dumbfounded.
あ、え
The sword just disappeared, I guess. For some reason, girl B was in front of me. Flustered, I looked over at my shoulder at the pedestrian scramble. She wasn't there. I looked to the front again as before. The sword-bearing girl B went glaring at me. Then, how the hell had she circled around me? There were limits of being fast. This was practically teleportation. How had she known that I was going to turn around anyway? Her voice reached my ears with an awful clarity. I frantically surveyed my surroundings. I wanted to think she'd been calling to someone else. Though suspicious, I searched for someone who seemed like a suitable target for her. Hey! But of course, they weren't there. A couple of salarymen passing nearby gave Girl B a dubious look. But they soon realized she wasn't referring to them and walked away. Yeah, the soundscape is kind of mixed. It's kind of, yeah, interesting. Golby, who had until then been standing dauntingly in place, took a sudden step in my direction. That was sufficient to make me certain of it. Golby was targeting me after all.
お前、見えるのか?
As discourteous as ever in my 17-year life. I could probably count the numbers of times a girl had spoken to me this curtly. There were times when Kiriyama Tsubaki, nicknamed Tsunko, had talked to me like that in its Sundra sort of way. Then again, Tsunko was a 2D character from an era called Tell Me Doll. Girl B kept approaching me, even while these idiotic thoughts ran through my head. She had this overwhelming feeling to her, though she was only a girl. I wondered at a little, but the reasons were simple. The sharp look in her eyes and her oversized sword. Yeah, that large sword. For a sword, it had a fairly singular design. If you regarded it as something anime-esque, it was fabulously formed. But if you tried to use it in real life, it wouldn't do you a bit of good.
その目、誰の目?
It was definitely a weapon from a mecha anime or something. Had any mecha anime started airing recently? I'm kind of thinking he may think of this sword as a cosplay, but I think he will give up that thought very soon. It's just a prediction. I think he may think it's cosplay, but it's not. I'm sure. Except, even though I knew it had to be an anime cosplay prop, like I just said, it looked incredibly hard and sharp, and it had an air about it that suggested your fingers would get sliced right off if you touched it. It was a
見える
mysterious...
のかと聞いている。
Girl B had already cut the distance between us down to 2 meters. Close enough so that if she swung her sword, it would reach me. Yeah. I hastily took a step back, but it was too late. Girl B shortened the distance further. She swung her sword for real! Delusion time! And we're gonna go for red. Crouching down on the spot, I covered my head. If I didn't dodge it, it would hit me right in the head. It wouldn't cut me or anything, but with her swinging that hard, I'd get a cerebral concussion and a dented skull for sure. I hate pain.
何をするだ
I was so shaken my Japanese got all strange. Delusion!
やはり間違いない。お前、私が見えているんだろ。
はい
Had she just asked if you can see me? Me, in short, was Girl B herself, standing directly before my eyes? Girl B's face suddenly crumpled with sadness, and as she crouched down in front of me with her eyes on the same level as mine, she looked at me though she were clinging to me, as though she were clinging to me.
私、誰にも見つけてもらえなくて、どれだけ声を出しても、誰にも届かなくて、体はすり抜けちゃうし、寒いし。ほら、見て。私、足も透けちゃって。自分に何が起きたのか、さっぱり、わからなくて。もう、何年も、何十年も、この場所を、さまよっていたような気がする。ずっと、探してた。私を見つけてくれる人。ありがとう。ありがとう。お礼に。お前に取り付いてやる。
What? This looks like a mixture between a jellyman and one of those kappas.
答えろ。見えるんだな。
I think that was the end of the delusion. So we're gonna load the last save and read the other delusion now. The green delusion. Crouching down on the spot, I covered my head. If I didn't dodge it, it would hit me right in the head. It wouldn't cut me or anything, but with her swinging that hard, I'd get a cerebral concussion and a dented skull for sure. I hate pain.
何をするだ
I was so shaken my Japanese got all strange. Gulby looked down at me coldly. Wait, she was really close. Her feet were right before my eyes. In terms of angle, I could almost see up her skirt.
やはり見えるのか。
You can
すいません。見てないです。
I hurriedly lowered my eyes. I had the feeling that she was claiming you saw my panties, didn't you? But I swear I didn't. I came close to seeing them, but I didn't. Besides, I've got no interest in 3D panties. The only panties I do are either two-dimensional or belong to figures.
嘘だ。絶対見た。さっきからチラチラ見てただろ。
本当に見てない。
ふーん。
Then, for some reason, Girl B began taking off her loafers and knee socks. As she did so, the inside of her skirt threatened to become visible again, and I was at a loss for where to send my eyes. I thought I'd catch her off guard and escape, but Girl B didn't take her eyes off me, even as she peeled off her socks. Having become barefoot, Girl B assumed an intimidating stance right in front of my nose and curved the edges of her lips derisively. I'll help you own up to it. What? Girl B abruptly pressed her warm, naked foot against my crotch. A sudden humiliation of it left me incapable of anything but bafflement.
ほら、どうだ？グリグリ。
I'm gonna allow this phrase for once.
やめ、
The people walking around us didn't so much as glance at me. So the girls called Senna. I already like her. If only one of them would come save me. What a cold-hearted world we live in.
だんだん大きくなってきたぞ。
To think that she was doing this to me in the middle of Shibuya's shopping district. So mortifying, but I was getting off on it.
あー、ダメ
Okay.
答えろ。見えるんだな。ディソードが。
D-sword. Okay, here we have it of the official pronunciation. D-sword. This stream has not been brought to you by Mountain View. I couldn't immediately grasp my situation after I came back to myself, and I made the mistake of staring up at Golby's face. She was still wearing her shoes, and she wasn't half stepping on my crotch. So, had been a delusion, huh? In any case, she wasn't trying to pick a fight by asking if I had seen her panties either. All that aside, D-sword? What does she mean? It was the first time I'd heard about that sword. Well, she said sword. She had said sword, and the blade-shaped object she carried was certainly a sword, but why ask me if I could see her sword? For the time being, I nodded. Geez, of course I could see it. It'd be weird not to see it. Because she was carrying around a sword that big and conspicuous in the shopping district of all places, I'd be able to accept it if this were Akiba, but in Shibuya, no way.
そうか。お前も集められたんだな。
Gathered who? Gathered who? I was here of my own accord,
エ
but
ラを見たことがあるか。
you speak in Japanese? I wanted to say, but typically enough, I lacked the courage. After all, if I said something klutzy, she'd stab me. Really, though, she hadn't been making any sense whatsoever for a while
見たら
now.
教えろ。
After saying this to me, Girl B turned on her heel. Her skirt wavered in the breeze, making it seem like I might glimpse her panties. I hurriedly closed my eyes.
私は3年の青い瀬名。
Aoi Senna. Here we have the official name.
駅前の電車にいる。
Senna already looks great. I'll be in the streetcar near the station. My eyes went wide. Soon afterward, the girl who had called herself Senna had vanished. I was so dazed that it prevented me from realizing not a single thing she'd said was comprehensible until after I returned to my base. On the top of everything, I'd have to go to school 3 times this week. What a bother. What was that? A mysterious screech sounded from a little ways away. It caught me by surprise and my shoulders jumped. When I looked in the direction the voice had came from. Aw, come on.
Oni!
Nanami came galloping towards me with astounding momentum. I thought I'd run away, but it was too late. She circled around me and blocked the way. She'd always been good at sports.
ちょっとなんで妹見て逃げるの
Because you made me depressed, obviously.
あ、そうやってすぐ黙るし。
It's kind of sad that I can relate. And you always click to shut me up like that. Yeah, really. Why had she decided to come to Soyman Academy, the same school I attended? It caused me boundless trouble when we bumped heads at school like this. Oh, when she put her foot down and started meddling with this and that.
ねえねえ、携帯どう？使ってる？使ってないでしょ。買ってからもう何日か経ってるけど、一度も家にかけてこないもんね。
I started walking faster in hopes of shaking Nanami off, but she stubbornly stuck with me.
家に生存報告の電話ぐらいしなよ。そのために買ったんだから。
I think Nanami is, at this point, the most annoying character of the cast. No offense. But she's not my type. Even though she may be tsundere, she's just not my type. But Senna sounds interesting by now.
どうしても嫌なら、その、ナナの携帯にかけるだけでもいいからさ。お母さん、心配してるんだからね。そもそも、ちゃんとご飯食べてんの？どうせコンビニ弁当ばっかなんでしょ？やっぱお兄に一人暮らしは無理なんだよ。家に帰ってきなよ。ナナがどんな気持ちでお兄の様子見に行ってるかわかってる？いつも心配でしょうがないんだからね。
So obnoxious. What the hell was her problem? Are you my mom or something? And don't talk about that kind of thing on the wayside. It's humiliating. She made me gloomy even at the best of times. And now my mood was steadily plummeting in the worst possible direction. For starters, there was nothing more embarrassing than going to school together with your little sister. It makes me launch every time. It happened a lot in Eroge, and there had been times when I'd longed to be in such a situation, but Nanami couldn't hold a candle to 2D little sisters. Ah, give me a cuter sister. Nanami and I, both somewhat cross, walked up to school side by side. I studied her to see if I had a chance of escaping before we reached the school gates. Oh, come on, that is not very nice of you, Takumi. But it's kind of typically Takumi, you know. Nanami Yeah. I haven't played ChäoS Child, so I cannot say anything about what your guys are discussing, unfortunately. And after I finish Steins Gate on ChäoS Head, I'll probably be busy with robotics notes. And that will be interesting. An interesting read, which will sharpen my Japanese skills, which are not that great at this point. Though she'd been talking fast and furious when she came up to me, Nanami had fallen silent and was walking along with an absent-minded look on her face. Her eyes seemed to be drifting around, but maybe it was only my imagination. Her feet were unsteady. She seemed strange, I thought suspiciously. She went on swaying toward the road. Right as the car came speeding along. Frantic, I grabbed Nanami's arm and pulled her back. The car zoomed by, honking its horn. She'd narrowly missed being hit.
お前、何やってんだ。
あれ？
Are? Blinking, Nanami cocked her head to one side.
ナナ、今なんであんなこと。あれ？
This girl, she was an honest-to-God idiot. Not understanding something she herself had done. For the record, let me say that I didn't find it moe. It wasn't moe in the slightest. Seriously fed up, I left behind the still stupidified Nanami and hurried on ahead.
お兄、ちょっと待ってよ。
Her voice hurts. Please. I ignored Nanami until we got to school, then went down the still boisterous hallway to my classroom. When walking down a hall, stick to one side or the other. Go neither too quickly nor too slowly, lower your eyes, and walk without meeting anyone's gaze. Those were the 3 items I paid careful attention to. Don't stand out at the school. Be the same as air. That was how I got around safely.
Yo, Taku.
Yet today the same person appeared again and interfered with my attempts to blend in, catching up with me from behind. Misumi-kun gave me his usual friendly pat on the shoulder.
おいっす。
おいっす。
挨拶ぐらいしろって。ま、お前がそういうやつだってのは分かってるけどよ。なあ、この前 D 組の女子の話したよな。めったに学校来ねえけど、すげえ可愛い女子がいるって。その子、岸本綾瀬って名前なんだけどよ。
岸本綾瀬。
実は、その岸本に関して、すげえ発見したんだ。
It looks like we're getting started right now. Misumi-kun suddenly lowered his voice and checked out our surroundings. It was probably something vulgar again. Wearying of him, I almost let out a sigh.
フェスいるだろ？フェス。
Fess. But his words made me catch my breath.
その岸本ってのが、フェスなんだよ！俺マジビビったぜ。まさかフェスがうちの学校の生徒だなんてよ。しかも、俺らとタメだってことだぜ。
What? For some reason, Misumi-kun stuck the upper half of his body out a nearby window and gazed rapturously up the
運命ってき
sky.
っと、こういうことを言うんだな。
We were on the third floor. If he slipped even a tiny bit, he'd fall down, break his neck, and lose his life. I was on pins and needles as I watched him. Misumi-kun gradually leaned out further, looking down at the entranceway below the window.
噂をすればなんとやらだタク。岸本を発見した。もうすぐここに来るぜ。
え
With so many coincidences piling up, maybe he had been correct in saying it was fated. Not that I had any interest.
よし、待ち構えてやる。見てろタク。
So all
俺
of
のナンパ術ってのを見せてやるよ。
all of the sounds play a sound assigned to them on the stream. The banana command is the banana meme from the original Steins Gate visual novel. Dokonita! Banana! Banana! He was overflowing with self-confidence as he spoke. Ooh, boy, it must be nice to have a face like this. Pickup lines and the like existed in a completely different world from me. I didn't want to try using them either. Kishimoto Ayase. After some time, Fez, no, her real name was Kishimoto Ayase, came into view. Just as Misumakun had said, it was the real Fez. I made certain of it myself, watching secretly from a slight distance. Every now, I was surprised she had turned out to be the same age as us. Fez walked along slowly, wearing her Suime uniform, giving off an air of ennui. It created a remarkably different impression from how she had looked while singing on stage. At the time, though she spoke pathetically, she had given off something along the lines of a powerful sense of energy and activity. But right now, the atmosphere around her merely made her seem melancholic and difficult to approach. Pretending not to notice it, Misami-kun had casually walked up to Fez with the same friendly intimacy he always showed me.
よ、岸本さん。おはよう。
Oh, what a refreshing yet false-seeming smile. To think he could take that attitude with someone he'd practically never met before, it made me shiver with awe. I idolized him, but I didn't want to imitate him.
あ、俺、三角大輔。よろしく。おっと、初対面とか思ってるだろう。でも違うんだな、これが。俺さ、こないだ、ファンタズムのライブ行ったんだよね。
I don't think
だから、
I don't
君に会うのは2度目。
I don't think it's the most intelligent thing to bring up the concert. I think most musicians and idols just want to keep their business life separate from their private life. Just
で、
my take on
その
it.
時君の歌声に、こう、なんつうの？ビビってきちゃったんだ。別に俺、ミーハーとかじゃねえよ。惹かれたのはさ、詩とか君の可愛さとか、そういうところもあるけど、でも何より一番すげえって思ったのは、やっぱ、バンドとしての完成度っつうか、あの音あっての君の歌声っつうの。ちなみに俺も、実はバンドやりたいなーって思っててさ、よかったら、ああいういいバンドメンバーを見つけるコツとか、バンドの先輩としての心得みたいなもの、教えてくんねえかな。
Yeah. I kind of doubt he's gonna start up a band. It's just a way to talk up to with girls.
あ、今すぐじゃ迷惑だろうから。そうだな。放課後とか暇？どっかで二人きりでじっくり話さない？
Misumi-kun, what are you doing? Where's this leading to? Misumi-kun chattered without hesitating. He used a different tone than normal, and he was obviously putting on another voice. Plus, instead of directly hitting on her, he brought up the topic of bands and such, so as to casually invite her. By the way, it was the first time I'd heard about him wanting to form a band. No matter how I thought about it, it had to be a lie. He'd go that far to score some points, to make an event flag stand up with her. Yeah, that's basically what I was thinking. Fez didn't give Misumi-kun a second glance. So, this is trigger time. So, there's one more safe slot here. Green delusion. Here we go. Fez didn't give Misumi-kun a second glance. As though she hadn't heard a single thing, she went on, plodding down the hallway.
なあ、聞いてる？
Fez came to a halt. Her faintly lowered gaze slowly rose. She looked at me. Me? Come to think of it, I thought she was staring at me during the concert too. To begin with, 3D girls had been staring at me pretty damn often over these past 2 weeks. What was going on? Had I blossomed into popularity? Has he become popular? Anybody? Memes?
私、好きな人がいるのよ。
え？マジ？何？それって俺のこと？
そこの人。
The one over there.
そこ？
Over where? Fez wasn't pointing anywhere. She simply looked at me. She was looking only at me.
この前、ライブに来てたわね。
Fez began walking towards me, still not averting her gaze. The people around us started making a stir. Apparently everyone had their eyes pricked to hear this utterly unthinkable confession from Shibuya's charismatic diva, Fez.
いや、俺もライブに行って。
一目で、悟ったわ。
Fez was listening to Misumi-kun. She seized my tie in one hand and pulled me toward her. Close enough for me to have an acute sense of how she was breathing. This wasn't the kind of distance you'd find between new friends, nor would it work too well for family. Yes, this was the kind of distance that belonged between lovers.
君が、私の運命の人だって。
Fez stroked my cheek with the tips of her fingers. She didn't show a hint of a smile. Her seductiveness of that gesture made me shudder. I was becoming enchanted by her. I couldn't look
決め
away.
たわ。私、お嫁さんになる。
Although her declaration was something quite remote from the air of ennui that Fez bore about her, the gap between the two was, to be contrary, unbearably cute. As our surroundings burst with excitement over how Fez had literally just proposed to me, Misumi-kun was so crestfallen at having lost to me that he fell to his knees on the spot.
僕の意見は無視ですか？
嫌なの？
嫌じゃないです。
I was getting swept along by the flow of feelings. I'd ended up as one of life's winners simply by becoming engaged in such a lovely girl. And thus began our heart-pounding love story. A short one, I'm afraid, but yeah, as if while I was having my stupid daydream, Fez murmured something in a tiny voice and swiftly went away.
自信なくすぜ。くそー。
So, that probably was the green delusion. We're gonna head back and choose the red delusion in order to have read all delusions. Red. As though she hadn't heard a single thing, she went on plodding down the hallway.
なあ、聞いてる？
Fez came to a halt. Her faintly lowered gaze slowly rose. She looked at me. Me? Come to think of it, I thought she was staring at me during the concert too. To begin with, 3D girls had been staring at me pretty damn often over those 2 past years. What was going on? Had it blossomed into popularity?
そこの君。
はい。
When she called me, I inadvertently snapped to attention and answered. The epithermal aura surrounding her entire body made it so I had to view her as being someone older. But when I thought about it a little harder, we were in the same year, weren't we? Fez signified Misumikan, who was hanging around her, with a jerk of her chin.
付き合わない方がいいわよ。こんな人とは。
Wow.
おいおい、こんな人呼ばわりはひどくね？っていうか、こんな人ってどんな人だよ。
鬱陶しい人。
Oh man, that's mean.
はぁ？
it's... The soundtrack kicks in. Misumikan was clearly becoming disgruntled, but Fez let his sharp gaze slide past without evincing much interest. What a sour atmosphere. I didn't want to get involved in this. I had a hard time with both verbal and physical quarrels, and if I caused any problems at school, it'd have an impact on my evaluations. So as not to get caught up in it, maybe I had better beat a quick retreat.
何？もしかして岸本さんさ、俺のことバカにしてる？
別に。でも、迷惑よ。
あ、そうなんだ。そういうこと言うんだ、岸本さんって。ちょっとさ、人のいないところで二人でゆっくり話そうぜ。
Her smile tense with anger, Misumikan pulled a hand on Fez's shoulder. Her eyebrows twitched.
触らないで。
Don't touch me.
そう言うなって。いいからちょっと付き合ってよ。
触らないでって言ってるの。
言ってるの？
うっせえな。ついてこいって言ってんだよ。
バカな人。
バカな人。It happened in an instant. Though I witnessed it from start to finish, I didn't understand what had happened. At some point, that cool-looking mic stand, or perhaps a sword, had ended up in Fez's hand. I didn't know where she had pulled it from, but she made it flash in the air with ease. And... Misumikan's left hand got sliced clean through, right below the elbow. Vast amounts of blood gouged forth, and his severed hand toppled to the floor. The hallway was turning red. I hadn't seen it. I hadn't seen anything. Neither Fez drawing out her sword, nor the line it had traced when she slashed it, nor the amount when she cut off Misumikan's arm. All of it had occurred in the blink of an eye. By the time I noticed, everything was over.
手が俺の腕が
Misumikan collapsed in place, picking his fallen arm off the floor and desperately trying to reattach it. His screams resounded from down the corridor. The students nearby shrieked and fled confusedly. As for Fez, still holding her sword, she serenely watched our surroundings fall into panic. And once again, she looked at me, deliberately licking her own lips with her red tongue. She flushed a delicate pink and smiled.
気持ちいい。
What a delusion. Oh boy. That was a ride. No such carnage unfolded. While I was having my stupid daydream, Fez murmured something in a tiny voice and swiftly went away.
自信なくすぜ。くそ。
Having been completely ignored by her, Misumi-kun was sulky given that she could so cleanly turn down an invitation from a stud like him. Perhaps Fez was actually the Yuri type.
それは、すごくいいスールです。
I agree, the red one was definitely better. The green one was referring to one of the delusions we had prior to this. I think in the last chapter, chapter 2, when they visited the concert, the green delusion was a delusion where she, you could say, came off stage and did some erotic stuff with Takumi. And the green delusion that we saw earlier of this time was kind of a reference to last time in a sense. So, but the red one was pretty good. That's the stuff that I'm reading ChäoS Head for. That kind of horror stuff. Especially for Petite Sir was a lowly type character like Nanami. Yeah.
あんな不愛想な女、もう二度と相手にしてやるもんかよ。
An antisocial chick. Wow.
あーうぜ。
What a title to be having.
大体、何が剣を見つけろだ。わけわかんねえ。
剣。
ああ、岸本がそう言ってただろ。
At this point, it may be good to go back and read the neutral version. Because you can just ignore the triggers and get a neutral version. Shall we do that? Because he's referring to something that we haven't heard. Because Takumi was in a daydream, I guess.
剣を見つけろ。そうすれば救われるって。
Being saved.
なあ、タク。ファンタズムの歌に、そんな歌詞でもあるのか？
A sword. I'll put a save point here. Page 2. Next. Give me a sec and then we will load back to the delusion and just choose nothing. See what happens. Because I think we're missing some information because we've chosen a trigger.
なあ。
She looked at me. Me? Come to think of it. Now she's looking at Takumi again. We've had that line already. I averted my eyes. As a result, I only met Fez's glance for a second.
見つけて。早く。剣を。
That's the phrase that they're referring to later on in the delusion version of what we have read. Yeah. Fez suddenly spoke. I couldn't sense much spirit in her flat tone. I wasn't sure whether her words had been aimed at me or Misumi-kun.
そうすれば、君は救われるわ。
Fez said one-sidedly, then lowered her eyes the same way she had before and walked away. And she slipped past my side and entered Class D. Both Misumi-kun and I watched her go in consternation.
なあ、タク。
Despite his greatest efforts, Fez wouldn't give him the time of the day. It must have been pretty tough for him to see her ignore his existence herself, although I was used to that sort of treatment.
ここまでプライドをズタズタにされたのは初めてだ。 自信なくすぜ。くそ。
I think this is the line where all the versions merge. But we've now finally seen Fez talking about a sword, which we did miss in the Delusion version. Simply because Takumi was just not paying any attention.
ちょっと有名人だからって調子乗りやがって。
Let's go back to our saved version of where we have left off at the last Delusion, which should be just where we were. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the backlog. So, the backlog. Have a look at the... Well, okay, the backlog is a bit difficult here. Yeah, what Kishimoto said, renting your sold. Where do we find it? I'm gonna lose faith in myself. God damn it! That's where we left off in the neutral version. That's where they probably merge in a sense. Finding your dice sword, what they're talking about. The Cold God Senna had seemed amazingly scary. Though I thought she'd cut me down for real. The sword she'd held had a different shape from the one Fez brought to her show, but they possessed similar atmosphere. I wonder if they were connected in some way. I don't know. I don't know a thing. Shogun, the demon god. Yua, Fez, Senna. A sword. How are they connected? As was my habit, I organized the things I didn't know by making a bullet point list of them in my head. I considered tracking on myself as the last item, but I stopped. I was perfectly normal. My surroundings were aberrant. That'd be obvious to anyone. Yeah. Takumi, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're not normal. But you haven't noticed. Was Fez my ally or enemy? That was all I really needed to find out, though I wasn't brave enough to talk to her. I'm gonna have to add the neutral version into the next votes as well. I always forget about the neutral. Today I went to Animate without stopping by at Cafe. The reason, of course, was to pick up my long-awaited Burachu Seratan post-awakening version. While I was buying it, US Face briefly split it across the back of my mind, but I soon forced that train of thought to a stop. I took a look at Seratan's put out on display to catch customers' eyes, but since the sculptor was Kishima Yoshio, nothing indeed needed to be said about the quality. Kijima, that name reminds me of the reminds me of Robotics Notes, of the, I think, Kimishima Reports. Kimishima, something close to that. I'm not sure whether I took the right or wrong name. Kimishima Reports of kind of reminds me of Robotics Notes, but Kimishima Reports, I think it is. But don't quote me on that. The name. It's not the same name, but they sound somewhat close. I'd better hurry home and savor every nook and cranny of her. As long as I could gaze at Seratan's face every so often while playing ESO, I was happy. Despite that, why did the third dimension have to keep bringing me nothing but burdens? It was the same now. As I forgot all about Fez and her sword, I headed off for my base with a new spring in my step. When I had about 50 meters to go, I encountered two men who possessed an undeniably out of the ordinary air about them. I thought I would pass them by without meeting their eyes, but they were blatantly watching
そ
me.
この君、ちょっといいかい？
I have seen those faces before. Somewhere. Out of the two, the first to call out to me was a bleary-looking geezer who wouldn't have seemed out of place gambling at a racetrack. His hair was messy, his face was unshaven, and his clothes were a wrinkled suit, a sloppy tight necktie, and shoes without any traces of polish on them. The very picture of a man who had failed to get ahead in life. The cops, okay. Somehow the fact that he was flapping a handheld fan at himself only served to empathize his wretchedness. His expression, too, was melancholic. He put on a flippant smile. But his eyes, which met mine for the barest second, weren't laughing. I had nowhere to run to while I wavered about how to answer him. The two of them came walking right up
お
to
じ
me.
さん、こういうものなんだけどさ。
The geezer took a black folding badge out of his breast pocket and held it to me. It was the type of police ID I'd often seen in TV dramas, although it was, of course, the first time I'd laid eyes on one in real life. They finally had come. I could only think of one reason. The staking.
ちょっと話を聞かせてもらっていいかい？もちろん強制じゃないんだけどね。あ、いやいや、そんな身構えなくていいよ。本当、話聞くだけだから。
There was zero pressure present in his manner of speaking, except the other younger detective wore a severe expression as he casually changed his position to block my path. I started sweating. If I did anything stupid, they might start suspecting me of being the perpetrator and haul me off to the police station. I couldn't let that happen. I resigned myself to my fate and gave a small nod.
君さ、俗に言うニュージェネレーションの狂気って知ってるかな？
As I thought, wiping the sweat off my forehead, I nodded back at him.
じゃあ、3番目に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件も当然知ってるよね。この近所で起きたわけなんだけども、その目撃者を探してるわけよ。あ、ちなみに君、名前聞かせてくれる？
I couldn't help sucking in a breath. This wasn't Suj Liang's trap, was it? Or maybe they were a group of con men who'd act like policemen while talking to me when really they were going to extract my personal information and put it to ill use. Or else underlings of the demon girl herself.
あれ、答えてくんないのかな？
The demon girl you are, that's a mean way to talk about someone. Once they started doubting me, there would be no end to it. What should I do? If I answered with a false name, that alone might give them sufficient grounds to arrest me.
ああ、個人情報保護法とか気にしてる？おじさんそんなに信用なさそうに見えるかな？
Yeah, you do. Anyhow, his amiable manner of talking was surely just an act.
西條匠。
I think, yeah, Yua is what Takumi thinks of as a demon girl. Or Senna. Senna might also be a demon girl inside of his mind. But I think his I think that he thinks less favorable of Yua than of Senna. But okay. In the end, I couldn't think of anything to do and had no choice but to answer honestly. Okay, the girl at the staking incident. Yeah, okay, that does make a lot of sense actually.
西条匠くんでいいかい？
So the demon girl is the girl from the staking incident. Technically the first girl we've run into, I think. Besides of Nanami.
本当に？
What did he mean by really? What was with that reaction when I'd been good enough to answer truthfully?
いや、これは失礼。今のは気にしないでくれ。
The detective's deliberate sounding laugh echoed through the quiet residential area, though. Oh, I wanted them to be quicker about releasing me.
その制服、水明だよね。何年生？
Did I have to answer that kind of thing too?
悪いね。聞き取れなかった。おじさん、もう年だから耳遠くてさ。もう一度言ってくれる
2年生。
ああ、2年生ね。どうも。で、西条さん。聞きたいことってのは、先月の29日の午後6時から10時頃にかけて、どこで何してたかなんだわ。
And so the questioning begins. Were they asking for my alibi? Could it be that they suspected me? But that was absurd.
いや、別に君を疑ってるわけじゃなくてさ。その時間にこの近くにいたなら、怪しい人物を見かけたとか、何か音を聞いたとか、ないかと思ってね。
Yeah. Somehow listening to this detective talk really got me irritated. Maybe speaking in such a way as to purposefully anger the subject was a kind of interrogation technique. But I'd seen a suspicious person with my own eyes distinctly. I vacillated about whether it was okay to tell that this sketchy seemed all foggy to this. Oh, sorry. Sometimes my reading is not the best, but I'm trying. What would I do if I told him and the demon girl came to retaliate? Right now it seemed like she was letting me slip away, but she had the precog shogun as one of her toadies. She herself must be able to use some sort of unbelievable power as well. That might truly be the case. If so, if I were going to speak about the demon girl to the police, she might have already found out by using her sixth sense or something. And then maybe she would have come to kill me. She would come to kill me.
なあ、西条くん。今日はそんなに暑いか？
When he said this, my heart rate jumped. Are we getting another delusion? I don't know. It would be interesting. The delusions seem to be coupled with girls, usually. I don't think I've seen a delusion with involving a male character as the delusion subject. If I didn't say anything more, they'd actually think I was the criminal, but I was scared that even if I lied by saying I didn't see anything, they would know that I was faking it. The older man used the fan he was carrying to fan the side of my face for me. A cool breeze stirred my hair.
もうすっかり秋だ。汗かくほど暑いとは思えんけどな。まあ、体質ってのは人それぞれだしな。
I didn't exactly want to hear that from a guy who walked around with a fan in this season, but admittedly, it wasn't particularly hot today. The temperature was just at the right level for comfort. I wiped my sweat off again and again with the sleeves of my uniform.
僕はやってない。
おお、
Oh. The color in the detective's eyes changed. I realized I must have said the wrong thing. But I didn't understand what part of it had been the wrong thing in the first place.
何をやっていないんだ
They totally suspected me. My only option was to answer truthfully. Staring down at the manhole that happened to be located right at my feet, I shouted.
見たんです。貼り付けの現場、そこに女がいたんです。で、血まみれにして、死体の前に。杭がたくさん死体に突き刺さってて、あれ500本は絶対超えてた。異常だ。死体がハリネズミみたいになってて。女は僕を見て、よかったって笑ってた。あの女は悪魔だ。人間じゃない。ニュージェネの母には人を超えた存在なんだ。ヨシとかすごい超能力とか使う。
That soundtrack was nice. When I'd said that much, I realized the two detectives were staring me blankly. Maybe they didn't believe me. I shut up again as that thought occurred to me.
悪魔か。なるほどね。そいつは参考になったよ。
本当です。
本当です。
ああ、わかってるわかってる。貴重な情報だよ。
僕を警察で守ってください。
その前にその女の年はわかる、服装とか顔の特徴とか。
水明
って水明学園？
その制服着てた。
つまり西条くんと同じ学校の生徒か。
After lapsing into thought for some time, the old man grinned, then muttered something that could have been either a real question or a rhetorical one.
何年生だろうな、その女子高生は。何年生だと思う？西条くん。
わからない。
It's kind of hard to guess which grade the demon girl is in.
じゃあ、なんて名前だと思う？
わからないよ。僕はあの悪魔の名前なんて知らない。
その女の身長、体重、あとついでに3サイズについては。
3 sizes. Aww. Pervs. What was up with this geezer? Was he mocking me? How could I possibly know even one of those? I don't have a moronic love comedy manga as power like being able to tell someone's height and weight in 3 sizes from a single look.
なるほど。黙ってるってことはわからないってことだね。結構参考になったよ。これは本部に戻って検討しないといかんな。
先輩、マジっすか？
Oops. Sorry. Lifting a hand to silence the dumbfounded younger detective, the older one gave him some kind of sign with his eyes.
西条くん、ちなみに連絡先とか教えてもらえる？
なんで？
The phone. It's the phone. The phone number. Give him the phone number. They didn't believe me after all. They wanted to label me as deviant and set me up as the criminal.
ああ、だって悪魔だっけ？そいつから君を守らなくちゃならないだろ？
Yeah, because you're totally gonna protect him. I don't know. I don't buy that. I get it. Thank God they believed me. There'd be nothing more comforting than having the police looking out for me. Of course, our opponent was a demon, but so maybe even the police could get felled with a single blow, but it was better than being completely unarmed. A tiny bit relieved, I took out the cell phone I bought the other day and showed its number to the detectives. The younger detective wrote it down in his notebook.
忙しいところありがとうさ。君の身の安全は警察が保証するから、何の心配もしなさんな。 じゃあ、また何か聞きたいことができたら電話するかもしんないんで、その時はよろしくね。イルスとか使わないでくれよ。今のところ警察にとっては君は重要な人物だからな。
え？
君の目撃証言は事件解決の重要な手がかりになりそうだ。じゃあな。
Johnny. The two detectives bowed their heads to me and swiftly walked away. After turning back to glance at me, the younger detective began saying something to the older one in lowered tones. The older one kept walking without responding to him. I took deep breaths. I'd been so nervous. It was my first time being questioned by real detectives. I'd act pretty suspiciously, but somehow they'd believe me. Maybe. It'd be wonderful if the police caught the demon girl, but the police were basically powerless, so it might not be a good idea to expect too much from them. Noticing that the inside of my mouth had become desert dry before I knew it, I bought a plastic bottle of Coke from the nearby vending machine. You're buying Coke, you're a wrong-sider. You either drink Dr. Pepper or Mountain View. At least for the memes, okay?
まあ、四つん這いエロすぎ。後ろから見たらパンツ丸出しじゃんか。だがそれがいい。テラエロ顔。やっぱこの泣きそうっつうか行きそうにしか見えない顔が木島義雄のいいとこだよな。マジで木島 GJ。
What? A cruel meme. Also, now you get to see him really like freaking out about his Seratan figurine. Like like the stereotypical shut-in pervert otaku. Never mind. ChäoS Head does have Robotics Notes references. Isn't it rather that Robotics Notes has ChäoS Head references, since Robotics Notes came out later than ChäoS Head? They all share some kind of references, obviously. At least the thing is getting the timing right in the sense of the chronological order. I think the first visual novels out of the science adventure to be released were ChäoS Head and then Steins Gate. It foreshadows characters from Robotics Notes. Oh, okay. It's gonna be interesting. After having finished Steins Gate, I will probably be reading Robotics Notes. So I'm gonna try to finish Steins Gate and ChäoS Head in parallel. And after that, Robotics Notes. And maybe after that, Chaos Child. Yeah, that looks like something Robotics Notes would do. Taking characters that have already been introduced by other series out of in the science adventure universe.
半脱ぎ下手に隠してる方がエロいし、この左手の位置とかやばすぎ。上着キャストオフとか、この角度からじゃほとんど全裸にしか見えん。ひょー髪の動きがいいよな。覚醒バージョンは髪が命って持論があるわけだが、間違ってなかったな。
Also, a reminder that Robotics Notes took Nae from Steins Gate into their main cast, and Robotics Notes Dash is going to incorporate Daru into its main cast. Sort of main cast.
さて、それではお待ちかね、パンツ行ってみようか。どれどれ。 うん。V ゾーンの作り込みいいよ。手話の付き方リアルだしって。これスージーさんすげえ。マジですげえクオリティ高し
Respect to that voice actor. That must have been difficult to act out.
これセーラタン5作目にして早くも最高傑作爆誕じゃねえ。これ以上すごいのなんて出せないってマジで。やっぱ木島は神。
I carefully placed the new Seraton next to my PC monitor. You're so sexy, Sarah. Also, have a look at these. Simple looking at her made me grin uncontrollably. This truly was a moment of supreme bliss. I got right down to posting my impressions of the Seraton figure at one of the Atchanru figure threads. After having done so, I checked my mail and whether or not any of my friends in Furepara had made updates.
おっと、前触れ申請来てるじゃん。
Does somebody have a clue what Furepara is referring to? Because I don't have any idea.
誰これセーラコミュの人か。はいはい、ゲイですよ。
The second I thought, all right, it was about this time start to ease. Oh, I sensed a prickling at the back of my neck. Europera. Okay. It was the gaze with its usual intense presence. Whose eyes are those eyes? Trigger time. Save? Here we go. I think at some point our save slots will be just full. We're gonna have to overwrite our old saves at some point if we keep saving at every delusion. The green one is the one that we're now reading first. I did put put a save point here, did I? Yes, I did. I think. Then, was it that I'd first begun to make this gaze? Then, was it that I'd first begun to sense this gaze? When was it when he first sensed it? I had long since forgotten completely. It interfered with me at every little turn. There were a lot of different elements that kept disturbing my uneventful life, but this gaze was right up on Nanami's level in terms of being a horrendous bother. Fine, then maybe I'll play it. It'll take more than that to make me turn around game. Still facing my PC, I tried to come up with the kind of lines you'd find in a manga.
貴様、出てこい。僕の目をごまかせるとでも思ったか。甘いな。
バレちゃった。
当たり前だ。僕の後ろに立つなと何度言えば。
Can you hear the heartbeat? I heard a female voice just now. Goosebumps sprang all over me. Did this mean the previous unseen power of the gaze had appeared at last? Was that even possible? Should I turn around and see who it was? But what if she attacked me the second I turned around? It had been a rather cutesy voice. But what if a monster far removed from anything that I might recognize as human was standing there? No, if that were the case, she might be readying herself to attack me at this very moment. If I didn't turn around, maybe I wouldn't notice when she killed me. Perhaps I should say something again to see if there was a response. The voice I had heard earlier may have been an auditory hallucination Or one of my delusions. I mean, I always talked on and on with my Serotan figure in my head. It was the same as that. What? I started to take the plunge and ask, "Who are you?" But I soon ran into hesitation. It might be bad if I provoked her. It could turn into the trigger that made her come attack me. I envisioned so many different possibilities that I found myself unable to move. What to do? Perhaps I was currently in a terribly foolish situation. It would be way too dumb if the power of the owner of the gaze wasn't really there. And the truth of the whole matter was that I had been sitting in my chair all the time, trembling in terror of my delusions. You look stiff? Is it Seratan talking? It wasn't an auditory hallucination or a delusion after all. There was someone behind me. Startled, I reflexively turned around. What? What? Okay, I did not expect her. The demon girl. The girl sitting on the sofa was undeniably the one I had met on the scene of the staking. For some reason, she was looking at me with a grin. Oh god, oh god, oh god. She'd finally come to kill me. It had to be because I told the police the facts. She'd seen me do it with her second sight. And so she'd entered this room soundlessly, and she's established herself in a position from which she could kill me at any time. And she decided to gaze upon me as I wept and screamed in fear. That had to be it. Don't kill me! I tried to scream, but my excess of terror made it hard for my voice to come out. Craning her neck, the demon girl let forth the words of some mysterious spell. She was cursing me or something. It must be black magic. In hopes of opening even a little distance between me and her, I decided to flee beneath my computer desk. But I was so shaken that I hit my head on the edge of the desk and curled up in pain on the spot. You're lost, Taku. You're lost by this point. The demon girl still didn't lose her amused-seeming smile, but it was surely a trap to lull me into a false sense of security. The moment I relaxed, she'd home in for the killing blow. Or else, maybe she had already placed a curse on me with the magical words she'd used before. A few days later, I might suddenly die by bursting all over, with the blood spurting from my body. I cradled my head and splayed myself out on the floor. I detested the two detectives who had appeared before me with every fiber of my being.
警察に喋ったこと謝るから。
警察？
それに話してもちっとも信じてもらえてなかったし。
It was a lie to buy myself some time. The older detective from before had told me he would guarantee my safety. If he were doing his work properly, he must have sent at least one officer over to keep an eye on my place. Having thought that far, I gulped. I'd given that old guy my phone number, but I haven't given him my address. Ishi. The demon girl suddenly snapped into a salute-like pose, and bizarrely enough, she muttered something resembling a sound effect for it of her own accord. Was this too a devilish curse?
独り言はやめるべし。殺さないでとか、警察がどうとか、私には何のことかさっぱりだよ。
In the dark, she says, did she intend to play dumb? Or was she silently pressuring me with, forget everything you saw, act as if nothing ever happened? This girl. What the hell was she thinking? Hadn't she come to kill me?
ほら、立てる？チャト？
Rising from the couch, the demon extended a hand to me. Her expression seemed extraordinarily gentle. Plus, when I saw her this close up, she was pretty cute. Shit, I was turning into a total idiot here. Thinking the demon looked pretty cute. What the fuck? She was a murderer. She'd used Yua and Shogun in her attempts to entrap me. Now she'd come to kill me in person. So still his art is saying the translator here doesn't seem to understand the difference between intent and intend. The D and the T at the end. A huge difference. Don't believe her. I'd already learned my lesson from what had happened with Yua. I'd never make the same mistake again. This was why I didn't take her proffered hand. Don't be deceived by this demon girl's smile. This was the temptation of a devil. If I gave in to temptation, I'd die. Don't believe in anything. Don't believe anything anyone says.
だって、見たんだ。お前が人を殺してるとこ。
あのさ、タク。それ、かなりひどいこと言ってるって気づいてる？まさか殺人犯呼ばわりされるなんてね。
What did she intend to do with me?
ニュージェネの。
Would I, in the same way as that guy in the fourth case...
殺すんでしょ。それとも、岩とか、将軍とかがいる場所に連れてって。
ユア？将軍？誰それ？
Maybe the three of them felt like banding together to get rid of me in a group lynching.
そんなのやだ。助けて。
助けて。
じゃあね、私を殺人犯扱いしなければ助けてあげる。
So that's how it really is.
そんなビビらないでよ。いちいち私がへこむようなリアクションしてくれるよね。
お願いだ。もう二度と誰にも喋らないから。だから見逃して。
もしもーし。タク、ちょっと落ち着こう。
Just a reminder that this is apparently just a delusion. And that there's still another delusion we're gonna read. This is the green one we're reading at this point. The red one's gonna come a little bit later. But I don't exactly know when this delusion is supposed to end, so... To those who have already played it, please let me know if the delusion is officially over, so I know when to switch. Bitch, calling me Taku all friendly like. Come to think of it, how'd she know my name? She'd know my name even when we met for the first time at the staking crime scene. Why? And how had she known where my base was?
当然でしょ。あなたの名前を知ってるのは
Had she read my mind? Like I thought she was clairvoyant. She'd know my name and my address too, because she'd used her power on me.
タクって結構独り言多いよね。前から思ってたことだけど。
For a while? Since when? Speaking of which, had I been talking to myself just now? Okay. I hope I will find out by myself, but this is probably a bit of a longer delusion. Really, I had... For a while? Since when? Speaking of which, had I been talking to myself just now? I myself had absolutely no awareness of it. Really? Had I really, truly been talking to myself? What were the chances that she was lying to me? Or that she'd read my mind?
タクの名前を知らないわけないよ。私、物覚えはそんなに良くない方だけど。
友達の名前くらい覚えるよ。それともタク、私のことバカにしてる？そりゃ私、テストの点数はそんなに良くないけど。面と向かってそういうこと言われると傷ついちゃうな。
Was someone here weird in the head? Who? Me or this girl?
もしかして、転校生。
そういえば、近いうちに転校生が来るらしいよ。チカチン先生が言ってた。
Oh, the transfer students, trope. The two halves of our conversation didn't match up. My previous fear, mixed with the strain of having no idea when I might suddenly get killed, was starting to fade, but in its exchange came a different variety of dread, gnawing its way into my heart and making me go cold.
その顔はまさか、まだ信じてくれてない？
誰だ？
Who are you? She was a mirror, a demon girl.
うわ、タクこそクラスメートの顔覚えてないんだ。ひどー。
Classmates, she says. In other words, we weren't only friends, we were classmates.
でもまあ、しょうがないか。タクはあんまり学校来ないもんね。だからって、私の存在丸ごとなかったことにするのはどうかと思う。私の名前、本当に忘れちゃった？そんなことないよね。知ってるでしょ？あなたは、知ってるはず。
You must know. Rimi. Is he kind of regaining his memories?
そう、正解！賞金50円プレゼント！私、崎畑リミです。
I'm just gonna keep reading until her introduction is kind of complete, and then I'll kind of try the other delusion.
なんだ、やっぱり覚えててくれたんだね。よかったよかった。
Why, was it true? Was this demon girl's name really Rimi? Why had that name come floating up into my heart just now? Why did I know her name? Could it be that she really was my classmate and my friend and I'd simply forgotten? No, impossible. I had never so much as heard the name Sakihata Rimi before. It must be a fake name. I'd said Rimi, but so she'd made it her name. It was the name as an impersonated Khan. In the first place, other than you, I had never known a 3D girl who talked to me with such familiarity. And Yua was the demon girl's subordinate. Ah, I get it. Was what the girl called Sakihata was enacting right now, right in front of my eyes, was the very same method Yua had used. Knowing that I wasn't used to interacting with 3D girls, she meant to lead me into a trap by behaving friendly with me and tempting me. Anyhow, I neither had any recollection of my classmates' faces nor wanted to remember them. But I could at least say that I'd never seen this girl face in the same classroom as me before. Not even once, probably. No good. I couldn't totally rule it out. After all, when I was at school, I stayed fixed at my desk from the beginning to end, either pretending to sleep while having daydreams or staring at the surface of my desk or pretending to read my textbooks and nothing else. I had practically no memory of my classmates' faces and names. I'd made no effort to remember them. Which was it? Was she telling the truth or lying to me? No, the issue wasn't whether or not we were classmates. At least, the undeniable fact of the matter was that she'd committed murder.
もしかして、本気で思い出せないの？さっき頭打ったせいで記憶喪失になっちゃった？
The demon girl extended a hand toward my head. I fled under my desk again to avoid her.
変だよ。じゃあ、大地に聞いてみて。そしたら、タクも思い出せるかも。
Daichin? What was that supposed to be? A person's name or some kind of secret code? A devil's evil spell?
大地だよ、大地。三角大輔。
She knew Misukumikum's name, on top of that calling him Daishin. She wouldn't say that unless they were really close.
ちょっと待ってね。
I'm gonna keep reading this for a little longer, because I don't think the delusion is quite over yet. The demon girl reached for the bag, sat down next to the sofa. I didn't own a bag like that, and it took out a cell phone.
大地はと。よし、オッケー、はい。
After appearing to fiddle around with it for a bit, she held it out to me. When I did nothing to take it, the demon girl smiled wryly and abruptly seized my hand.
ほら、固まってないで。
She forced me to take hold of the cell phone. The demon girl's hand was soft and faintly odd. I thought it would be a far colder, more icy hand, but it wasn't all that terrible. It would seem that even murderers had blood flowing through their veins. Rather, because her hand was unexpectedly feminine, my heart started beating faster. No, don't be misled. She was a demon. I won't let her tempt me. I'm not into 3D stuff. Lend me your strength, Saratan.
携帯使ったことないの？電話機は耳に当てるんだよ。
The scene isn't shifting, as it is normally in delusions, is what Ghost in the Steiner is saying. Well, if that is the case... I will just put a save point here, just for good measure. Head tilted, the demon girl took a peek at my face from very close by at me, still holding my hand. She brought it up to my ear. On the way, I took a hurried look at the phone's LCD screen. The recorded name Daichin was being displayed there, and the phone was already in the middle of making a call. Helpless to do anything here, I put the phone against my ear and heard the sound of it ringing. At last, that sound got cut off, and what I heard next was... Was he saying those words to me, or the demon girl? Why had he said them? The lion remained silent. He didn't give his name. It sounded like he was downtown, and the hustle of his surroundings came in through the receiver. I was befuddled. I couldn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. Misumikin had asked. I thought it was him, soon reverted to his usual tone. So, wait. So it's not just that Rimi knows him, Misumikin, but also Misumikin knows Rimi. Okay. Rimi Sakihata Rimi. Did Misumikin know her? No. That itself wouldn't be much of a mystery in any case. Misumikin was a natural-born playboy. It wouldn't surprise me to hear that he'd gone out with this demon girl in the past, or that even now they were in the thick of a hot and heavy relationship. How do you mean it's not necessary to jump not jump right back to choose the other delusion. So, the issue at hand was whether or not the demon girl was currently my classmate. So I'm just gonna grab a little drink. I'll be back immediately. I should finish the entire game before going back to that one scene. Is what Ghost in the Steiner is saying, and I'm taking his word here, and I'll just continue. Cheers. In case of curiosity, though, I still have the save point, so.
Taku, 大地に出た?
The demon girl peered at me again. Damn it, your face is too close. I turned my back to her and spoke into the phone.
僕、西条。なんだ、タクか。リミと一緒にいるのか?
What, Taku, huh? Are you with Rimi? Why did he accept it so easily? That almost made it sound like my being with the demon girl was an ordinary, everyday situation or anything.
またリミに振り回されてるのか? 大変だな、お前も。でもよ、一つだけ言っていいか? お前、そろそろ自分の携帯変えよ。
However, this scene is quite, you could say, in a sense, good. It just makes me want to continue to read, so I don't want to really load the other save point anyways. I just want to continue in this good flow. It's a good flow at this point. I want to soak in as much as possible. Was the person on the other side of the phone really Misumi-kun? For example, there was also the possibility that the demon girl had made it call some other person whose voice closely resembled Misumi-kun in order to get me to fall into her trap. Maybe this some other person who sounded like Misumi-kun was her underling, pretending to be Misumi-kun in hopes of deceiving me. Anything and everything started to seem suspicious. I didn't know what was the truth and what was a lie. To begin with, what kind of trap was the demon girl trying to make me fall into by using such elaborate tricks? In a situation like this, wouldn't it be quickest for her to kill me directly? Or was there a reason she had no choice but to trick me, even if it meant taking such a roundabout approach? No, maybe it was a candid camera type thing set up by Misumi-kun. This girl was Misumi-kun's girlfriend, not my classmate or whatever, and she'd sent her here on purpose. And he'd sent her here on purpose to tease me. That was completely ridiculous. If such were the case, how was I supposed to explain what had happened at the scene of the staking?
で、タク、なんか用か? 俺としては野郎からの電話なんてあんま嬉しくねえんだけどな。
His tone of voice was perfectly identical to Misumi-kun's. The more I heard of it, the harder it became for me to think the person at the other end of the line was anyone other than Misumi-kun.
女の口説き方でも教えてもらいたいのか? なわけねえか。
That was a mean comment. Though, should I try to get down to business and start talking? I sensed a gaze at my back. That girl was watching me steadily. The tingle at the back of my neck had yet to disappear. With what manner of expression was the demon girl looking at me? I wanted to turn around and see for myself, but I was too scared to do it.
で、何なんだ？今俺も女と一緒なんだよ。なるべく手短に頼むわ。
その、
なんだよ。早く言えって。
うちの、クラス。
ああ。うちのクラスがどうした？
いる？
何か？
女子。
あ？
酒畑って名前の。
Becoming more and more incoherent, I somehow managed to explain myself. Misume-kun suddenly stopped answering. Silence. Eternally locked thoughts with his fast-paced action dissonance. But could I hear the din of the city and... But I could hear the din of the city and other random noises, so it wasn't that we'd gotten disconnected. Why wouldn't he say anything? Is that a zombie? The next thing I heard was an enormous sigh. What was he saying all of a sudden? On top of that, why'd he have to use the language of a certain kind of totally irresponsible, groundless anti-gamer science to label me?
それってリミのことだろ？リミの携帯でかけてきてるくせに何バカなこと言ってんだお前。わかった。お前もしかしてリミに何か指図されてんだろ？いたずらか？ドッキリか？じゃあリミに伝えといてくれ。お前の低レベルのドッキリに引っかかるほど俺はバカじゃねえ。
Okay, what is going on right now?
本当？
Just a rhetorical question, but...
何が？
本当にクラスメイト。
お前な、たまにしか学校来ねえから忘れちまったか？俺はともかく、お前は1年の時から同じクラスだろ？
Since freshman year.
この前だって3人で一緒に映画見に行ったじゃねえか。
I couldn't comprehend what this Misume-kun-esque somebody was saying. The demon girl and I had been in the same class since freshman year. The three of us had gone to see a movie together a little while ago. A little while ago? When?
俺がお前とダチになったのだって。最初はリミに付き合わされたのがきっかけだったしな。俺と同じでリミも物好きだからよ。ニートのお前を気にかけてやってるのは世界広しといえど俺とリミぐらいだぜ。あ、それは言い過ぎか。
The words I heard from the other side of the phone, not one of them felt real to me because I had zero memory of anything they were referring to. I couldn't acknowledge that such a past existed. The Misume-kun-esque somebody was talking about the story, not about the past, for the past could succeed in forming only with the support of one's memories.
っていうか、リミってマジで女っ気ないよな。おっと、これはあいつには言うなよ。
君は誰だ？
おいおい、マジでおかしくなったか？俺のことまで忘れたわけか？ゲームやりすぎ。
What is going on? Unable to stand it any longer, I single-handedly ended the call. Okay. I realized that, without my noticing it, my breath had grown frenzied. The sweat that had been oozing from my forehead since before not only showed no signs of stopping, it was starting to increase, enough to go dripping from my chin down to my feet.
たく、汗びっしょりだよ。
Looking rather worried about me, the demon girl quietly offered me a handkerchief. A pretty patternless handkerchief colored a faint vermilion. There was a slight floral scent to it. Instead of taking it, I attempted to somehow keep my composure and organize my thoughts about my current circumstances. But it didn't go too well. My endlessly suspicious emotion spun down into a whirlpool of disorder.
で、大臣はなんて？
After sighing in what sounded like light disappointment as she put away her handkerchief, the demon girl asked me with a triumphant expression. It was the attitude of someone who'd known the answer from the start. I couldn't afford to answer her. What was she? An ordinary classmate of mine or a monster? I couldn't tell. Maybe I was the only one. Maybe I was the one who'd gone crazy. If you took the chat with Shogun into consideration, it was hard to discard the possibility that someone other than myself was controlling me. Or else, my memories of this demon girl, of the demon girl called Saki Hatarimi, had by some accident been knocked clean out of me. Whatever the case, I didn't understand myself. Was it memory loss? Somnambulism? Something else altogether?
大丈夫？体、辛いならソファーで横になる？
The demon girl spoke to me kindly. Be careful of kind words. Anyone who acts nice to a creepy otaku like me must have an ulterior motive. I shook my head to show her my refusal and raised my face with all my strength. Sweat got in my eyes, making my vision blur. The demon girl's face was closer than I'd expected. What color did she hold in those eyes of hers?
なんで？
なになに？
Nani?
ここにいる。
Why are you here?
なんでって、タクに会いに来たんだよ。もしかして、勝手に部屋に入ったこと、怒ってる？でもそれは、タクがちっとも返事してくれないから悪いんだよ。結構長い時間、ノックしてたんだから。
I thrust the borrowed cell phone back at her. As I watched the demon girl timidly take it back, I asked her again, Why?
ん？今度は何？
ここにいる。
What was her reason for coming to visit me? If she'd come to kill me, she would have acted on her intentions long ago. Yet why wasn't she doing anything?
ああ、ここに来た理由？ね。
The demon girl reached in her bag and pulled out a one-sheet printout.
はい、進路希望のプリント、持ってきてあげたの。
Future aspirations printout. Without quite meaning to, I accepted it from her. Certainly, it had future aspirations questionnaire written on it, with blank fields for up to 3 entries. I like it how it's like it follows the pattern of the Future Gadget Laboratory in a sense of future and then 2 more words. Future Gadget Laboratory, Future Aspirations Questionnaire. That's some interesting translation right there. I don't know if that was that way in the original, if this wordplay was in the original as well, but at least in the English translation, it reminds of the Future Gadget Lab. Science adventure. Always cross-referencing each other in some way, yeah. Was that really it? Only that?
帰ってよ。
I didn't want to get involved. I mustn't get involved with 3D girls. This was a trap. Don't listen. This wasn't reality. It was a game. On top of that, full of bugs. Because there were too many contradictions. It didn't hold together as a story.
僕に関わらないでよ。
If you don't mean to kill me, then please let me be. I belong to myself. Some me that wasn't me might have been pals with Saki Hatarimi, but that had no connection with my current self. Holding my head, I closed my heart. I started to tremble, dreaming that a girl called Sakihata Rimi had never been there in the first place. After some time, I heard the sound of the door opening, telling my ears that the demon girl had left. I think, yeah, Silizard said about the future aspirations questionnaire that that's probably just a questionnaire with no intent of cross-referencing anything, which is probably true. I would just like to interpret cross-references into things where it kind of makes sense, where at least could look like a reference. Future plus 2 more words. Future aspirations questionnaire. Future gadget laboratory. But they probably don't really have a connection, yeah. The only the pale light of the PC monitor floated faintly in the middle of the pitch black room. It reflected a screensaver of Seira, a character from Bloodtoon the animation. In this container house, which a girl called Sakihata Rimi had visited half a day earlier, there could now be found solely the form of its owner, Nishijo Takumi. Just for good measure, I'm gonna just put a save point here, because you could say we've now been introduced to Rimi kind of completely, in a sense at least, having followed the green delusion. This is where I would say the delusion may be complete, but I'm not going back at this point due to a suggestion that Ghost in the Steiner just made. The time was already nearing 5 in the morning. Oh, yeah, it's already 12:30 here, like 12:30 midnight in a sense. So it's just 24 hours and then it's Christmas. It was Takumi's daily habit to play online games until dawn, then sleep like a dog on his sofa. Ghost in the Steiner is saying it might be interesting for you to think about what the delusion chaos of before could be about. But he's not telling us. So, for anyone who watches this recording, you have his words. No, well. Now, too, Takumi was lying on the sofa in an uncomfortable looking position. He didn't use his bed to sleep in. Though he possessed a proper bed, the reason he didn't sleep there was because it had been monopolized by the manga volume, CDs, and so forth that he had piled atop. We haven't chosen the other part of the delusion of the demon girl, so I'm not gonna re-choose that. I'm gonna keep on with this one, which we're currently kind of either in or have already passed it. In the period when he avoided cleaning because it would be too much of a bother, his bed had gradually transformed into a type of shelving. Henceforth, he began using the two-seat sofa as his sleeping space. A painful sounding moan spilled from Takumi's mouth. Perhaps he was having a nightmare. His entire body was sweating and his closed eyelids trembled. His expression twisted agonizingly. Hey Toby, thank you for joining us. Just gonna maximize the chat so I can see it better. And as he tossed and turned over and over, he came close to falling off the sofa. Suddenly, lying on his back, Takumi opened his eyes abnormally wide. His eyes were thoroughly bloodshot, and furthermore, his eyeballs themselves were twitching. Without a single blink, he lumbered to his feet and drifted, swaying over to his PC. Refraining from sitting down, he moved the mouse while standing. The screensaver disappeared and his desktop filled the monitor. Illuminated by the monitor's pallid light, Takumi's expression was horribly empty. His body wavered from side to side. Drool hung down from his half-open mouth. Ah, thank you, Seal Lizard. That's the exact reason why I chose the Sonome Daranome sound for a follow-up notification. Because you're being watched. I'm being watched by this particular person. This follower's person are those eyes. And therefore, a question has been answered every time you press the follow button. Haha. Hey, Ghost in the Steiner. So the bot command seems to be working at least for me, but I gave every follower the permission to use the Kyoma Lath, so I'm kind of yeah, confused why it's not working for Toby. So his figure was that of a prototypical sleepwalker. As though delirious, Takumi started up his net browser, I almost said neat browser, and opened the main page of Ato Channel. The movements of his body were this is a hell of a word. Lackadaisical. Yeah, I hope that's how it is. But he showed no hesitation in selecting threads related to New Gen in the breaking news board. In total, they numbered approximately 60, and Takumi opened them one by one in order, from the top down. And while gazing at the monitor, he began touch typing. How do you mean, Ghost in the Steiner? What does this even mean? He repeated this in each of the 60 existing threads. The letters he typed were few, but all of them formed the same sentence. Name, Shogun, age. This is hardly readable. Ah, the word that we failed to pronounce, I have no clue. The next day, I headed to the hospital first thing in the morning. I hadn't been able to confirm it the last time I came here, but today I would definitely get them to tell me I was normal. Dr. Takashina would remember me. I'd reveal that I was Nishijo, your patient up until 4 years ago, and I'd get to hear all kinds of things from him. It wasn't the crazy one. The demon girl and Misumi-kun were where the doctor would surely tell me so. The hospital opened at 8 in the morning, somewhat earlier than regular hospitals, which was why I had come exactly in time for opening hours. But the sofas in the lobby were already filled with seated old people. Why? Even though the hospital had barely opened for the day, why were there so many people here? It's so unfair to get a head start. Come on, like you're supposed to. come on time like you're supposed to. Inwardly insulting them, I had no option left but to wait. After an hour of waiting, I found myself regretting that I didn't made an appointment. That should be that I didn't make an appointment. A little typo here. But immediately afterwards, they called my name, and I was revealed at the fact that I hadn't been forced to wait as long as last week. A language unique identifier. Oh, okay. Those eyes are those eyes. Give me a little sec. Yeah, that command didn't work. Give me a sec.
その目、誰の目?
Can somebody else please try out the exclamation mark sonome command for us, please? By the way, the one waiting for me in the examining room they brought me to wasn't Dr. Takashina, but instead an unfamiliar white-haired old man. Oh, Sonome Darenome is working, but it seems you seem to have posted it twice, so that's... The real mad scientist in the chat is my chatbot, so it's just a regular Streamlabs chatbot at this point.
Takashina sensei wa?
Thank you for testing. Upon my growing perplexed, the nurse standing in attendance behind him, what was her name again? Hazuki-san, answered with an apologetic expression.
Takashina sensei wa mou imasen.
Not here anymore?
もういないというか、過労がたたって先週末に倒れてしまわれてね。今週はそれでずっと休みだよ。
What a nightmare. My one and only ally. Wait, had Dr. Takashina really collapsed from fatigue?
陰謀だ。悪魔女の陰謀だ。
西條さん?
Conspiracy, I smell it, yeah. She definitely put a poison in his food or sent him a threatening letter or done something else to drive it into a psychological corner. She was trying to isolate me, make me helpless. I had no intention of letting anyone besides Dr. Takashina examine me. So instead of undergoing a checkup, I left the hospital as though I were fleeing it. How do you know I chose glasses? Night Zero. Leaning against the fence surrounding the roof, I stared vaguely up at the sky. The skies of Shibuya were drab and it would be hard to call them clear.
病院にはもう行かない方がいい。
The demon girl's dragnet was tightening. Maybe I had nowhere left to run. Maybe even the detective I'd met yesterday had in truth been fakes, the demon girl's cronies. And they'd been testing me. Because the timing had been way too good. Come on, the demon girl had her way into my room. Had pushed her way into my room right after I had met with the detectives. She was a demon after all. She wasn't human. It'd hardly take any effort for her to manipulate human hearts. It would hardly take any... Okay. I had no evidence to back that up, but conversely, there was no evidence that she wasn't a demon. In that case, the only way to survive was by presupposing the worst. Was there no one who would be my ally? All of them seemed like my enemies. Everyone looked like one of the demon girl's underlings.
助けて。誰か助けてよ。
Why don't I have even a single ally? Maybe because you're Hikikomori. But, you know, that's just me who's saying that. Why wouldn't anyone come to save me? Why did I have to end up like this? Probably because you're a Hikikomori. Dude. I felt terribly forlorn and I wanted some source of support. Someone who would protect me. Something that would protect me. I have to look up the word forlorn. Give me a second. Because I have no clue what forlorn means. Forlorn. Okay. Verlassen auf Deutsch. Being left alone in a sense. Abandoned. I'd be fine with anyone, so someone please extend a saving hand towards me. Suddenly I thought of Fez's, Kishimoto Ayase's face. And the words she had given voice to when we met at school. I'd been lost in my delusions and hadn't heard them, but Misumi-kun had said the following. Find your sword. Find your sword. Finding your sword will save you.
Ken.
A sword. If this were a game, I'd be a hero, and we'd reach the usual cliché development about my having to get my hands on a legendary sword to defeat the demon without my seeking it out. I'd recently heard the keyword sword from 2 different 3D girls. And there remained a chance that Fez was my ally. Although, going by her attitude, Girl B, had she been called Senna, was most likely affiliated with the demon girl. A sword, huh?
剣だ。剣を手に入れるんだ。そうすれば。
I muttered to myself as though I'd gone off my rocker. For me, it was the equivalent of clutching at straws. If I got a sword, I might be released from this nightmare. I couldn't help having such expectations. It wasn't that I believed what Fez has said about it granting me salvation. But I lacked anything else to cling to. If nothing else, it'd be the best to research this. So we're getting the swords now, I guess. I got down to running an online search immediately on Dilwode. For the moment, I started off by checking to see whether a sword similar to the ones carried by Fez and Senna had appeared in any anime. But I couldn't spot anything like that in this season's crop of anime, at least. I'd expected as much. I normally check out all the recent new anime. It could be a real handful, given that lately there could sometimes be 30 or 40 new shows in one season. But I watched the first episodes of all of them and then decided which to keep following. Yeah, him calling girls names like Girl B, it's kind of makes it appear as he himself is, living a visual novel, which you could say he is the protagonist of the visual novel. But sometimes when you don't know the name of a person within a visual novel, there's just Girl A until you have the person's name in the context in the novel, or sometimes they have no name as long as they haven't been introduced. So Kind of like Policeman A, Taku Cop, Zombieland Saga, which, in my opinion, is a valid contestant for being part of Science Adventure. Just look up, just look at my theory that I've posted on my blog. I've put a couple, like 2 hours into writing up that theory, how Zombieland Saga could be part of Science Adventure, and just it's one of my favorite blog articles that I've written so far, because it was so much fun writing it. So, back to the game. Of course, since there was MewTube, I didn't have any problems completing my lineup with anime from the BS and CS satellite subscription channels, which was why there was no way I'd overlooked any anime. And no such sword had appeared in any of the shows I checked. It was that distinctive looking. If it showed up, it ought to have caught my eye, but I had no memory of seeing one. I should have reserved that article for April 1st, yeah. That's a valid point you have. Although I couldn't do anything about it if I'd seen it when I was being controlled by someone outside myself. Next, I tried running a search about the sword itself rather than the anime series.
くそ、ほとんどがゲームの攻略サイトじゃんか。
Terms I was closely familiar with, such as ESL's Shangri-La Edge, kept popping up. At this rate, I wouldn't make any progress, even though I had to hurry up and find it. I had the sense that Senna had used a more concrete name when speaking of it. But what could it have been? Remember, your nightmares won't end unless you remember. Oh, haha.
D-sword.
The D-sword. Right, D-sword. I quickly stuck it in the I quickly stuck it in the input field and ran a search. You know, Silizard, there is a reference to Fez in the first episode of Zombieland Saga. It's just a little subtle, yeah. But there's a screenshot of it on my blog, so I got hits. Only 2 of them though. Even though so, I was gradually starting to think of these 2 links as my road to salvation. Holding down my excitement, I investigated them in order from top to down. Also, about Zombieland Saga, it was created by Studio Mappa. The head of Studio Mappa was the project, you could say, involved in the ChäoS anime project. So he might have put the reference in there on purpose. Gee, the page's dead. Shit, what the hell? No, calm down. Go back one more time and take a look at the cache. The page included an illustration, the recreation based on how the sword was described in works of literature. Let's have a read through this pedophilia, the Encyclopedia of Useless Knowledge page. D-sword, pronunciation D-sword. A sword of darkness unleashed upon the world uncalled, the D-sword, a fictional sword, first birthed in ancient Europe by the hand of the legendary evil king Glajul. It is said that as it was created to use humans' negative emotions as its nourishment, the Black Knights who bore it and battled with it had all had their hearts eaten away by it in the end. It is also said that what distinguishes it from other holy swords and magical swords is the fact that it cannot be seen with one's eyes. When the unarmed knights raised their hands on high, a sharp wound would open up on their opponent's arm, severing it and sending it falling to the ground before they experienced any pain. Ancient legends frequently include this type of setting, in which one can surpass the physical laws of nature. And so the D-sword, too, appears in many pseudo-pigraphical and other forms of literature. D-sword is often thought of being the equivalent to the Japanese Kamaitachi phenomenon. Kamaitachi are imaginary spirits. They have been depicted as weasels with razor-sharp sides instead of arms. However, this is what results when one faithfully follows how the people of the past envisioned them. If one were to describe them, and this is where the article ends, a reminder from Ghost in the Steiner that the D is short for Dirac. You could say a Dirac sword.
元ネタは伝承か。
It is from folklore. If one were to describe them in words, they are beings with a thin sense of reality to them, akin to the spirits of the wind, but their existence has already been verified by modern science. It is a natural phenomenon that occurs in places where air is extremely dry and the vacuum consequently cuts one's skin. Summary terminology, so forth. Is this from
でも
folklore?
セナって女が持ってたのに比べると、こっちは随分地味だな。
But this is pretty plain compared to the one that Senna girl had. In the first place, why was it such a minor sword? Why not go with Excalibur or Kusanagi, something in the Major League? No, this wasn't the time to complain, major or minor. It didn't matter as long as it could save me. I decided to explore a little more. Continuing, I clicked the second hit. Bought a sword. Blog of a guy with too much free time. Imagine. The words, I bought a D-sword, particularly concerned me. What was a D-sword? Was a D-sword something you could purchase? Bought a D-sword. I bought a D-sword. Seems like it's called D-sword. The blog's writer was apparently male, so I could deduce that he wasn't the demon Gullfoot or Senna. That said, his level of energy was far too different from that of Shogun. So to continue the blog article, it's so sketchy, it's awesome. There aren't any other stores this weird and suspicious left in the capital metropolitan area except in Akiba, but Akiba's underground stores don't really suit my interests because there's not really anything there except PC stuff and arrow books. That's not what I'm looking for. Shibuya used to have a lot of underground stores too, saying this might give away my age, but they disappeared with the flow of time. Was he a completely unrelated third party, or had the person behind the blog deliberately changed the particulars of how he wrote? I understood that no answer would come, no matter how much I thought about it, so I stopped looking at the blog. More important, it seemed that the store he'd mentioned, the one called Town Vanguard, was located in Shibuya. So to continue the blog article, if you were to ask what was so amazing, well, it makes Town Vanguard look like something for beginners. Ruffle. Anywho, I'll let the nostalgia stop here. Even so, I'm curious about who christened it D-Sword. I'll admit that it's pretty big. And it's a well-made toy, but I can't think of why it came in stock at Town Vanguard. Except maybe that it matches the taste of the storekeeper, Yotchan. Maybe he's turned part of the store into a corner for fantasy-related weapons. Huh. Plus the ones on display are lightsabers and light shuriken, obvious fakes, so it's kind of disappointing. Although the light shuriken were so ridiculous that I bought them on impulse. I had a feeling that it was too good to be true, but I also had a feeling that it was destiny. There was another way to look at it. It was precisely because this store was in Shibuya that I'd twice run into a girl holding a D-sword smack in the middle of Shibuya. I didn't often hear about things that were secretly popular with... Sorry. Didn't I often hear about things that were secretly popular with various minority subcultures in Shibuya? For now, I looked up Town Vanguard, but it didn't seem to have an official site. Instead, I found an image-based intro page on an online map. If they didn't have an official site, that meant they didn't take orders online. I searched taboo auctions, but didn't come across anything likely looking, which meant that my only option was to go to the store in person. I didn't want to go outside very much, but...
剣は手に入れなくちゃ。手に入れないとダメなんだ。
He's been successfully talked into getting a sword. Now, I had come to think of it as my sole absolute means of fighting back against the demon girl. I didn't know what I would do in concrete terms after obtaining the sword. I wasn't brave enough to use it to kill her or anything of the sort. Even so, I harbored the hope that if I got a sword, it would be somewhat freed from the terror that tortured me. Yeah, a D-sword was like a protective charm. It would surely strengthen my heart. Something about that sword strangely attracted me. So... I'll just have a bottle of Mountain View. Like a true right-sider. Just a sec. My mouth is drying up, so... At any rate, it seemed that this store was located near Cat Street. Cat Street is a twisty, winding road from Shibuya to Harajuku that runs about a block off Meiji Avenue. Apparently it had been built by filling in an area that was originally a stream. There were various explanations behind why it had originally come to be called Cat Street, such as there being many feral cats, or because it was the sort of narrow path that only cats would use. Well, not that it made much of a difference to me. The drink of the true right-siders, yeah, Mountain View or Dr. Pepper, both qualify for being right-siders. Cat Street was fairly far away from me. By foot it could easily take 15 or 20 minutes to get there. It'd be a quick trip by bike, but unfortunately I didn't have one. 15 or 20 minutes to get there by foot isn't long. To be honest, that's like the way the amount of time I have to walk to get to a bus station from where I live, since I live in the middle of nowhere. I decided to go by a route that took me past the plaza in front of the station, then past Shoto by way of cutting through Miyashita Park. Setting a quick pace, I crossed the overpass that went over Meiji Avenue. Talking about right-siders, you could say the successor to ChäoS has been released on Steam in English, called ChäoS Child. So, look out for that. I think it's 10% off at this point, and if you buy it within a couple days, I think until Tuesday you buy it until Tuesday, you get a part of the original soundtrack in a bundle for free. I see what you did there. Miyashita. I'd finally arrived. Growing ever more impatient, I'd become irritated at the distance. Cat Street had been quiet compared to the big shopping district, and its image was far closer to that of Harajuku than Shibuya. The stores lined up there were odd, chic shops that of course had nothing to do with me. Go off and die. Knowing that I was practically acting delirious as I walked along, I became even more annoyed. For me, being here was like a playing in an away game. About ChäoS, Child, is there any plan to live it in the future, to live stream it? I've been thinking about this lately. Originally, I was thinking that I probably won't stream it, but I may change my mind. You know, playing a visual novel on live stream takes a lot of more time than reading it in person. That's the thing. Yeah, Ghost in the Steiner did that, yeah. I'll probably read ChäoS Child on my own for the you could say my first read-through. Complete read-through. So, if I read it a second time, I may live stream it. I'm not making promises here, though, so... All those bastards around me thought they were so damn cool, and there were more couples than in the shopping district. Whatever, they probably wanted to act like they had money, even though they didn't. So chances were that most of them were window shopping. Lol. What a waste of time. I felt some regret thinking to myself that I wouldn't have come after all, but I reminded myself that it was all for the sake of obtaining a sword and determinedly put up with it. For now I went on having a staring contest with my map as I swiftly went along, rushing toward my destination while doing my best not to exchange looks with passerbys. Okay, thanks, Ghost in the Steiner, for your advice. What I may stream in the future is robotics notes, when my Japanese is a little bit better. But I will probably start that sometime after finishing ChäoS Head. Town Vanguard was deep within a narrow side road that split off from Cat Street. Though I'd only ventured one side street away from the main road, the ambience underwent a dramatic change. It was a thin, narrow, dirty alley, one impossible for cars to pass through. On the other side were wood-built residences and out-of-business stores with closed shutters, which invariably came equipped with spray-painted graffiti on them. Cat Street, which seemed so clean from the front with all its high-class brand-name stores, was in the end no more than a flimsy papier-mâché facade, whatever. I don't know how that's pronounced. Behind that facade lay any number of mercilessly discarded racks. Although I personally disliked both the front and the back, both were unfamiliar territory for me. The only place I ever wanted to go to was ESO, even though Town Vanguard had a far smaller, darker air to it than I'd imagined. I started to understand why the blogger who had mentioned it had described it as an underground store, despite the fact that an open sign had been hung up. You couldn't say it was doing brisk business, even by way of flattery, and it was awfully hard to enter. How was I supposed to go in such a sketchy seeming store when it was asking too much of me just to have me go alone to a gyudon shop? I wanna go home. No, but I need to get my hands on a sword no matter what. What was I supposed to do? I spent a little while going back and forth in front of the store. No one passed through this narrow alley. I whiled away 30 minutes with my waffling, but not a single person had gone by me. I decided to brace myself and go in. But then my courage failed me, causing me to abandon all hope, and I kept repeating this cycle innumerable times. But I couldn't go home empty-handed. This was the only place I could obtain a D-sword. Even though I understood that with my head, my instincts made me reluctant to enter the shop. I imagined that maybe a clerk would come out for me. Of course, she'd be a cute maid, and she'd talk to me with the kind voice you hear in anime. She'd have a perfect grasp of exactly what I wanted, and she'd hold a D-sword out to me in a wonderfully friendly manner. Here you are. Please take this sword, master. Hehe. Get a hold of yourself. Chill out, me. Huh. Just as I thought about how it'd be so much easier if only things would unfold in that way, a lone 3D girl appeared from within the store as though my thoughts had reached her. Unlike in my fantasy, though her clothes were rather gaudy, the kind of thing that made you wonder what kind of nomad camp she'd snagged them from, and her face on the other hand was amazingly glum. This kind of sounded like a delusion, but it's not an official delusion, you know. You could say he's daydreaming of girls. You know, who wouldn't daydream of girls? That's perfectly reasonable. Her hair was cut into bomber head style with thin frizzy ends, and creepy patterns were drawn on the bandana twisted around it above. She said she was a store worker and had come out after seeing me wishy-washy going around outside. My fantasy hadn't exactly become reality, but that was to be expected. Before I had any idea of what was happening, the clerk forcibly let me inside, despite having spent so long holding off and entering. I didn't have a chance to turn her down. So in the end, I came in. It was all very well that I cleared the most excruciating hurdle, but... Okay, this is the shop they're talking about. Seems a little bit occult. You have armor on the right, and a lot of interesting things in the back. A couple shields and spears. The soundtrack was only made for this store. Interesting. If this store were under the Demon Girl's control and everything about the D-Sword had been a trap to lure me in, I'd have no right to complain about getting slaughtered on the spot. I swiftly surveyed the store's dim interior. There wasn't a single customer. The air was awfully stagnant and faintly lazy. An unpleasant mixture of the smells of tobacco and mold reached my nose. I'd probably start feeling ill if I stayed here for so much as 5 minutes. Though I spotted items that might have been products, it was difficult to judge whether or not they were really for sale. All of them had been left haphazardly, and there was no way to distinguish them from plain garbage. For the beginning, not one of them had a price tag. I didn't recognize it until I came in, but there was a lot of porn merch. Among them were the sorts of devices you often see in certain eroge, and I was at a loss for a safe place to look. Apparently this store was similar to a variety shop aimed at adults. After bringing me into the store, the clerk sat down on a stool beside the counter, zoning out as he smoked and showing no indication of continuing to meddle with me. She must have been one of the sources of the mist in here. Regardless of the fact that it had been less than a minute ago I'd first come in, nervousness, embarrassment, a weird sense of pressure, and my feeling physically sick made nasty sweat seep out of my forehead. I wanted to leave this otherworldly place as fast as possible. I had to be quick about finding a D-sword. I walked toward the bag as I browsed my way through the store. I soon located the corner for fantasy-rated weapons, which had been written about in the blog I'd found. That one corner stood apart from the rest, being the only area with conspicuous colors. Numerous pothole-shaped toys had been neatly put up on display. All of the toys were long tubes, or rather, while they might have been different colors, virtually all of them were lightsabers. Moreover, one could tell right away from how badly they were made that they were bootleg merchandise. I was skeptical of whether they would really glow. It would seem that the light shuriken mentioned in the blog had sold out, which was also surprising, except mixed in with the lightsabers was just one item that obviously differed from the rest. One look was all it took for me to know it was a D-sword, because it was more or less the same as the illustration I'd seen online. I tried picking it up. It was unexpectedly light. I wondered what it was made of, though it seemed like soft vinyl. There was no blade. The edge was slippery, and of course it didn't hurt me in the slightest, even when I stroked it with my fingers. Compared to the ones held by Senna and Fez, it was poorly designed and lacked a sense of weight. And more than anything else, it didn't give me the sense that I could sever anything with the lightest of touches. I wondered if it perhaps was a fake. I was worried about it. But there wasn't anything else in this store you could have called a D-sword. Would this even shine in the first place? The D-sword Fez had swung about at her show had glass parts embedded in its blade, which let off a blue light and looked incredibly badass. But there was no glass to be seen anywhere in the sword I had in hand. Maybe I ought to give up buying on it. This D-sword was so crudely made as to make me reach that conclusion. Never mind how long it had taken me to get here, but find your sword. Finding your sword will save you. I recalled Fez's words. Right, if I didn't buy it right here and now, I'd lose my only chance of obtaining a D-sword. It looked cheap at the moment, but maybe once it recognized me as its rightful master, it would manifest a mysterious power. Or maybe I'd seen too many anime and manga, but I had sensed just that sort of unknown power in Fez and Senna's swords. So even this sword must... what to do? While I debated with myself, the clerk came up and stood right behind me before I knew it. Smirking darkly, she pointed at the D-sword and muttered, "Wow. 10,000 yen, and I'll throw in a free bonus. 10,000 yen. You could say cross out the last 2 zeros and you roughly have the value in euros. It's like 100 euros. And she'll throw in a free bonus. At first, its absurd cheapness made me doubt my ears. I certainly hadn't thought it would be less expensive than a figure. I had built up a fair amount of savings from RMD, but if it only cost 10,000 yen, I could get away with buying it simply by giving up on purchasing one figure. Yeah, seeing how good figures can cost more than 100 euros, that does make sense. However, the figures that I have are usually you could say the 30 euro cheaper ones. Still official merchandise, but the cheaper kind of merchandise. Upon hearing the price and the additional fact that it was the last one they had left, I came to an immediate decision. The free bonus was a cheap-looking bangle. Frankly, I didn't want it. I went through hell after buying it. Town Vanguard didn't do deliveries, so my only option was to carry it home myself, so he bought it. Yeah. Joy or not, my excitement instantly cooled when I thought about how I'd have to cross through the heart of Shibuya carrying such a stupidly wrong sword. Have you ever walked kilometers with a microwave in your hands, Takumi? Then you can complain. Because I have. But I'd already paid. And the clerk fiercely refused to let me perform a return. This was a pretty intense type of humiliation play. Having to haul a huge toy like this down a fashionable street as expected, the delinquent couples and stylish ladies who passed me went by with mocking smiles. Shit, they should all die. I hunched over single-mindedly and hastened on my way home, internally entertaining fantasies of taking the D-sword I just bought and slashing about with it in the middle of the road, massacring innocent people, creating a festival of blood. Okay, I'll reread this in a darker voice. I hunched over single-mindedly and hastened on my way home, internally entertaining fantasies of taking the D-sword I just bought and slashing about with it in the middle of the road, massacring innocent people, creating a festival of blood. So, about the microwave thing, I have I have driven it most of the times. I've driven it to conventions, but there were there were some conventions, for example, Dokumi, where I had to take it to the train and then take it from the train station to, for example, my hotel or to the convention grounds. So I kind of had to walk the comparable distance with that microwave. Not exactly having to walk home with it, but comparable distances many times. Most of the times I had to, when I traveled to conventions, I had to take the microwave into a public transport. And then take it to the convention grounds. Many times I had the help of my parents that drove me to a nearby train station. But the rest of the journey I had to undertake myself. Hey Davixa. Haha, I made it back at last. Partway through. I had broken into a run and kept at it ever since. So I was breathing hard by the time I reached my base. The cold looks from the other pedestrians had really stung. I was impressed with Senna for being able to endure this embarrassment. In a certain sense, it made me respect her. I stood no chance of following in her footsteps. Did people talk to me about the phone wave when I was taking it on a train? Yes, they did. Not particularly on a train. I think there were 2 instances where people asked questions about it on the train, but mostly on the way to conventions. I got asked questions, or on the convention grounds, I think. For example, when I took it into the Netherlands, I don't think anyone asked me any questions about the microwave on the train. Well, in the first place. I think it seems odd to many people to take a microwave onto the train, so yeah. I think there were just a couple instances where people who asked me stuff about it on the train, but yeah. I remember one instance at least where it was on the train, but that was in Germany somewhere. I was impressed with Senna for being able to endure this embarrassment. In a certain sense, it made me respect her. Stood no chance of following her in her footsteps. Also, I was usually wearing my Daru cosplay when carrying that microwave around, so people also kind of recognized me in that cosplay while I was carrying that thing. At least that one dude in Düsseldorf recognized me when I was traveling to Kassel for Konichi. He was like, yeah, is there an anime convention somewhere? I know what you're cosplaying from. An abrupt sound came from my blind spot, a place I couldn't see from here, in the shadow of my base. Was there someone there? Petrified in place, I gulped down my breath. The ever so innocent smile of the demon girl who'd called herself Remy popped into my head. Maybe she had come again. Maybe this time she had come to kill me for real. What should I do? Should I run? I sensed the presence. The sunset cast someone's shadow across the ground. No matter how I looked at it, that silhouette was female. Sorry. I instantly readied my D-sword. When I actually held it up like this, it felt even less dependable than I had thought. Senna's sword had possessed a mysterious formidability and an overwhelming kind of pressure that refused to let anyone near it. But the D-sword in my hands didn't have anything of the sword. Maybe it was really a fake. Could I fight with someone like this? Zero, of course. I couldn't do it, even if I had the real thing. Plus, I hadn't understood until I tried holding it the way I was now, but it was pretty heavy. Maybe I was gripping it wrong. In any case, it would prove impossible to swing it around properly. The shadow unexpectedly wavered. It was approaching me. I squeezed my eyes shut and haphazardly slashed the sword out in front of me. I myself didn't think I'd be able to defeat my opponent that way. Despite that, I harbored the faint hope that, as long as I had this sword, it'd be okay. But it somehow do something for me, you know? But I didn't hit anything. My enemy didn't say anything. Could it be that a single strike from my D-sword had utterly destroyed the demon girl? If so, it'd be beyond amazing.
鬼、その剣何？
Imagining greeting your sister with a sword. Preferably with a sword pointing at her because you think she's an enemy, but she isn't. But in case of Nanami, she is annoying, so... When I opened my eyes, the one standing there was Nanami rather than the demon girl. She was looking at me a tad derisively. All the strength went out at me at once. I flopped right down where I'd been standing.
お前、脅かすなよ。
I was... I was about to say I was the worst. But no, she was the worst. She is the worst girl. In my opinion. The worst little sister ever. It's in horribly poor taste to enjoy freaking out your brother. Who the hell did she think she was? This was why the third dimension would never hold a candle to the second.
別に脅かしてないよ。いつもみたいにお兄の生存確認しに来てあげたんじゃん。なのにお兄いないんだもん。なんでナナが30分もお兄のこと心配しながら待ってなくちゃいけないわけ？ナナの貴重な時間が無駄に消えてっちゃったじゃん。お兄のバカ。
Maybe I'll say the opposite in ChäoS, child. We'll find out. Why do I have to wait for half an hour worrying about you the whole time? I've let my precious time go prove stupid. Worrying? She'd been worrying about me like I'd be fooled by such an obvious lie.
で、どこ行ってたの？出かけるなんて珍しいじゃん。携帯にかけても繋がんないし。
I had left my phone behind at my base. It wasn't like anyone would call me while I was walking around, so no point in holding on to it. I do think Rimi is a nice girl, though. I personally, at this point, I prefer Rimi and Senna. I can't quite wrap my head around Nanami at this point.
そもそも、その件何なの？もしかして買ってきたの？
Nanami gazed curiously at the sword.
あ、わかった。アニメのおもちゃかなんかでしょ？ほんと、お兄ってオタクさんだね。しかもこのおもちゃ、ちっとも似合ってないよ。
But you know, girls can change. I'm just in chapter 3. Maybe by the end of the first route, I'll feel different. I'm still open to change.
「さっきだってへっぴり腰で構えちゃってて思い出したら笑えてきた。
Ignore Nanami. I undid the lock on the container's house door and began to go in.
ちょっと無視すんな。
帰れ。
Takumi, you're such... You're just mean, bro. If she'd come to check on my survival, she didn't have anything left to do here. She was constantly making fun of me, and every time she came here, all she did was complain. But if it bothered her that much, she didn't have to come in the first place. It was a hassle for me as well.
あのね、わざわざ様子見に来てあげてんだから、もっとありがたがってよ。せっかくお土産まで持ってきたのに。
Aw, she brought a present. Nanami spoke sulkily,
お土
pouting.
産？
そう、お母さんが持ってけって。ほら。
Nanami handed me clementines. There were about 10 of them, held in red netting. You kind of is a girl that I don't really like as well, so... I had mixed feelings about this. I'd eat clementines if they were in front of me, but they weren't my favorite food or whatever.
というわけで、ナナもちょっと一服したいから、一緒に食べてあげる。
So I'll eat them with you.
帰れ。
Aw, come on,
も
Taku.
う、妹がお土産持ってきて、しかも一緒に食べてあげるって言ってるんだよ。もっと喜びなよ。
What precisely about eating clementines with Nanami was supposed to make me rejoice? Anyway, it was obvious that she'd simply wanted to eat clementines from the start, because she'd been a glutton since we were little. She used to eat up my share, too. Who knew how many fights we'd started that way? Paying no attention to the fact that I didn't want her there, Nanami went on into my base. There was nothing to be done for it, so I followed after her. So we're going about insulting waifus in the chat. Do you have tea? Something warm would be the best. Basically, I don't drink anything besides Coke. Nanami sat down on the sofa and immediately pulled out a clementine, sighing. I leaned the D-sword up against my computer desk. I didn't need the bangle in my pocket, so I lobbed it. Quickly spotting the bangle I tossed away at the floor, Nanami picked it up. Kitsch says, what about it? No matter how I looked at it, it was a piece of kitsch that one could buy for the likes of 500 yen. Nanami was the one with bad taste. So that's kitsch. I don't know if that's really used in English. It seems to be used in English, but kitsch is a German expression for childish. A piece of childish... kitsch, you could say, is a childish thing. A noun to describe that that something is childish. A piece of kitsch, a piece, you could say, a childish, yeah. Kitsch. You just remembered something. Davixa. Disregarding her, took one of the clementines and went to sit in front of my PC. I do kind of get the impression that this thingy on that he threw onto the ground has something to do with the D-sword. Maybe I have no clue. Maybe it activates the powers, who knows? But I don't think we'll be seeing this for the last time.
ねえねえ、なんでこれ捨てちゃうの？
だっていらないし。
じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。
はあ？
いいじゃん、どうせ捨てるならさ。たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく妹にプレゼントの一つでもしてよ。
Once in a while, act my brother and give your little sister a present. That reminds me of Christmas. You call it a present, but it's an unneeded item that you started coveting all on your own.
勝手に持ってけば。
本当？やったー！
What an uncontrollable chick! Gotten to the go-ahead from me, she put the bangle around her wrist right away. She was a pretty cheap sister to get delighted over such a cheap item, hey?
お兄、どう？似合う？
This was actually cute.
全然。
Maybe Nanami is not that bad at this if she becomes more cute rather than annoying. Up to this point, Nanami has been pretty annoying.
あ、そう。お兄のバーカ。
Yeah, that's the typical emoto. You must resist the urge to spoil. Yes, you must resist. I was supposed to have been giving her a present, wasn't I? So what was with this treatment? Little sisters weren't supposed to call their brothers stupid. What kind of education have you been receiving, huh? Go play 100 eroge. she was grinning perkily. I was getting really pissed off
これ
here.
気に入っちゃったからもう返さないもんね。っていうかお兄からプレゼントもらうなんて初めてのような気がする。しょうがないから大事にしてあげるよ。
Like I care, no one asked you to treasure it. I hadn't gotten it for an enemy's sake to begin with. It was
もう用は済んだんだから帰れ。僕は暇じゃないんだ。邪魔するな。
Yeah, that's what a shut-in would say.
うん。
The moment I said that, Nanami pursed her lips.
そんな言い方しなくてもいいじゃん。それにみかんまだ食べてないし、お茶もまだ出してもらってないよ。
You haven't eaten the clementines and you haven't poured any tea yet. This sounds so English, to be honest. Like British. You haven't poured me any tea yet.
おめえに飲ませるお茶はねえ。
Nanami glared at me fixedly, her shoulders tense with anger. At least her eyes started to well up. Get Clementine skin on your eyes and die. What the hell?
わかったよ。そんなに邪魔なら帰る。
ああ、さっさと頼む。
Aw. Come on, Takumi. You could treat her a little bit nicer. Like imagine she would treat you that way. You treat her. That's not cool.
お兄のバカ。お兄なんてみかんの皮で目つぶし食らって失明しちゃえ。
Get Clementine skin in your eyes and go blind.
あとバングルは返さないかんね。バカ。
Yelling in a voice that resounded piercingly through the room, Nanami grabbed her bag and bolted out with tremendous energy. That storm-like time had finally come to an end. Hanging out with Nanami always wore me out. Why did she come here every week when it rubbed me the wrong way so much? Become a bit observant, will ya? No,
ファーストメルトは期待以上の結果に終わりました。
The first melt.
GE レートの上昇率は当初の予測からわずかな誤差があった程度です。
バイオリズムコントロールも順調なのかね。
Attempts at biorhythm control also proceeding.
渋谷の GE レートは他のエリアと比べて高い値を持っていると同時に安定性についても特筆したものがあります。
Hey, Jürgen Zointube.
それゆえに意図的に操作しやすいということか。そして渋谷にいる人々のバイオリズムを急激に引き上げることもまた。
実験結果についてはレポートをご参照ください。納得していただける成果を上げております。
This is kind of a rhetorical question, but is this the part of the committee of 300? Because it seems like it looks, I don't know. I have like no information about the committee of 300, but this looks like maybe they have something to do with it.
貴様が成果を出すのは当然だ。そのために高い金と多くの人材を提供しているのだからな。
僕たちのバイオリズムが。That's what.
実効性については理解しているよ。この数ヶ月だけでも我が会の信者が数倍に膨れ上がっているからね。
それではプロジェクトノアは次の段階へと進ませます。よろしいですね。
Is this biorhythm manipulating in a sense of sleeping pattern manipulation?
コードサンプルの件はどうするのだ。 すでに3人分は確保したとはいえ、目標数値には達しておらんではないか。
いかにも。数値達成のためには最低でも5人分はなければ厳しい。
サンプル保持者は集まりつつあります。あとは採取するのみ。
ならばその件は任せる。
信仰の救いあれ。くれぐれも慎重にことを進めるように。
May the divine light save you, henceforth carry on with precaution.
はい。心得ております。
そろそろ寝るか。
Okay, Nozomi has nothing to do with the committee. Thanks for the heads up. It was 5 in the morning when I checked my PC clock, biting back a yawn. Today too I'd spent ages hunting an ESO, but no monsters had dropped the rare item I'd been looking for. No success even after pulling an 8-hour marathon. Well, but this kind of thing happened a lot. I glanced quickly at the side of my desk. There leaned the D-sword I had bought yesterday. I had left it close enough that I could take it up at any time. On a side note, this sword didn't radiate any light whatsoever. I was hoping that sooner or later it would metamorphose into one of those cool one with a cool with as cool a shape as Senna's, but inside my monitor, Grimm's avatar happened to be right in the middle of leveling up. My Knight Heart had reached the maximum level, so he wouldn't be going any higher. Rubbing my sleepy eyes, I thought to myself that maybe it was getting to be time for me to create my next character, the third after Liselotte. Experience points, huh? It was a familiar enough concept in RPGs, but I thought experience points also existed in real life. When I first started ESO, I was a baby who didn't know right from left. But now I could boast of being the strongest in Baselard, with my name of Neidhart der Blitzschnelle known all throughout the land. For example, it wasn't unthinkable that the person behind me might, by some chance, happen to lose some of the experience points he'd built up. Then maybe it would be all too natural for me to forget things I'd known. Maybe the fuzziness in my memories could be traced back to the same source. And then there was Shogun and the Demon Girl. Before my experience points got cleared, perhaps it had been perfectly normal for me, the person behind me, to post under the handle of Shogun in chats and to spend time IRL with the Demon Girl, with Rimi. No, that was certainly improbable. But in the past, I might have possessed a power capable of letting me square off with that Demon Girl. Was I the only person who had thoughts like this? Although I also felt like it wasn't particularly strange or mysterious way of thinking. Because the thing only humans beings have to go by are the fundamental standards that they've come up with all on their own. Maybe even now, huh? Not just me, but everyone in the whole world was judging everything wrong while living out my day-to-day life. When I was little and went to the dentist, he told me, "You're a good boy for putting up with so much pain." At the time, it had made me think I was kind of amazing for enduring all the pain all the way through, and I simply became proud of myself. Thinking back on it now, however, that comment had probably been based on judging the degree of pain by the relative progression of the cavity But even with the exact same level of pain, there might be people who could bear it and people who couldn't. In other words, I suspected that the people might be utterly different in how they recognized and experienced such sensations. Take giving birth, for instance. Online, I'd seen people saying that though women are able to hold out through the pain of labor, it would be inherently impossible for men. Take marathon runners, for example. Maybe they excel not because of the power of their bodies, but instead because of their ability to endure pain. Take sadists and masochists, for instance. If there are people who enjoy hurting others, then there are also those who feel pleasure when others hurt them. In short, I figured that the way people felt things and the strength of their inner nature, their ability to put up with it, varied from person to person. Perhaps the level of pain in the toothaches and headaches I endured from time to time, in truth, far surpassed the range of pain an ordinary person could take. And if I passed the same level of pain on to someone else in the same manner as relay runner passing on his baton, the agony of it would make them go into shock and die. The conclusion this led to was the selfish delusion that maybe I was a very special type of human being. You're always super special, that's why you are here with me.
特殊な人間か。っていうか、何を大げさな。
Though I'd rejected that idea, surely everyone had these kinds of delusions. Every man longs to be the strongest in the world. Everyone wants to think they're special, that they have been chosen. They want to think that a dramatic stormy life like in TV shows and movies is awaiting them in their future. It was the so-called yearning to be a hero, but to put it more crudely, being self-centered. Of course, I too had those kinds of desires. Indeed, it might be my destiny to defeat the demon girl. But then, if I were told to carry that out in real life, I'd require a number of conditions be met first. At the least, the one thing I'd really needed was the ability to use cheat codes for stuff like secret attacks or perhaps invincible mode. I didn't want to undergo any pain or fear. If I couldn't do that, if in other words I was supposed to do it with my own power, I definitely wouldn't. Which was why if the person behind me accidentally let my experience points get wiped, it could cause me tremendous damage. Today I got from school just in time not to be late. I got to school. I guess it was indeed unreasonable to play online games till morning on a day when I had school. I wouldn't have made it if I hadn't run. When I reached the front of my classroom, I breathed deeply to collect myself. I mustn't do anything to draw my classmates' attention. For me, coming late would be a fatal mistake. My life would implode as soon as some juvie set his eyes on me. I eased my eyes into the classroom. My face was lowered. I mustn't lock eyes with anyone. Of course, I didn't give them any kind of thoughtless greeting, like good morning. I turned myself into air, so as to make others pick up on my existence as little as possible, and headed for my seat. I always did things this same way. Yeah, Kozuri Kigomori. And today as well, I made it to my seat without encountering any problems and lowered myself into it. And then he fell asleep. No. Or did he? I soon plastered myself flat against my desk. and there sat at myself until homeroom started. But if I only relaxed for a breath until someone tapped me lightly on the back.
よ、タク。今週は3回も学校来てんじゃねえか。真面目だな。
Misumikun again. I thought, though I was kind of sick of him, I'd feel bad ignoring him, so I started to raise my head and hesitated. Was this Misumikun the real one? The day before yesterday, I'd done as the demon girl told me and called him. At the time, he'd acted undeniably strange. To begin with, he'd answered by saying that the demon girl was our classmate, as if this were perfectly normal, even though I knew it wasn't so. If the demon girl had brainwashed the current Misumikun, on the contrary, there was also the possibility that she'd switched him with someone else.
おい、どうした？早くも爆睡モードか？
An electronic sound suddenly rang through the classroom. I sensed a faint vibration near my chest. It was my cell phone. Shit. Now of all times, what kind of idiot would call me at that time like this? On top of that, even though I was sure I'd set it to vibrate, the ringtone was ringing at the same time. I might have messed up the settings.
お、鳴ってるぞ、タク。
I know that much. Should I hurry up and answer it? The let me pass scene. I'm in for something. That's gonna be... yeah? I will probably stream until midnight, so I have another 1.5 hours to go. But if I did, Misumikun would know that I'd only been pretending to sleep. Besides, I don't like talking on the phone, except if I didn't pick up, it would bother the rest of the class. Judging by how my ringtone was reverberating through the classroom right now, things were pretty damn bad. I wasn't supposed to stand out. This was incredibly bad.
おい、出ないのか？マジで寝てる？
Shit. While I wavered over what to do, I completely lost my chance. I couldn't move. Just then, the sound and vibration died down. It must have switched to voicemail. I let out a relieved breath in such a way as to keep Misumikun from catching me at it. I'd been right to learn how to use voicemail.
なあ、タク。相手は誰だ？まさか女か？この前一緒に帰ったあのメガネの子だろ。そうなんだろ？
Damn it, you're so noisy. Please don't do anything more than interfere with me, because that phone call already made me stand out as much more than I should have. Had Misumikun always been this persistent? Though his forwardness remained the same, I felt like he'd been a little more sensitive in the past.
やめなよ。
I heard that voice from close by
そっ
Misumikun.
としておいてあげたら、大臣。なんだか疲れてるみたいだし。
She was in this classroom as though it were natural for her to be here.
どうせゲームのやりすぎだろ。お前、タクに甘すぎるぜ。
だって大臣は女の敵だし。そういう人には優しくしません。
Haha. She was chatting away as though it were natural for her to do so. She was blending in as though it were natural for her to belong with us. I was too horrified to raise my head. I didn't want to acknowledge the fact that she was there.
ま、別にお前に優しくしてもらわなくても、俺には優しくしてくれる女はたくさんいるんだよ。
だから、そういう発言が良くないんだってば。彼女さんが聞いたら泣くよ。今の大臣の彼女が誰だかわかんないけど。ほら、チャイム鳴った。先生来るよ。
Had the demon girl truly been my classmate from the beginning? No, that was impossible. 2 days ago, she hadn't been here. At least the only person who'd come to talk to me that day was Misumikun. Yesterday, I hadn't gone to school. And today she was there. How? Had she wormed her way in? When the chimes signaling the start of the homeroom rang, everyone took their own seats. Sensing that, I gingerly raised my head. I surveyed my surroundings with my eyes alone. I wanted the voice from earlier to have been an illusion. To prove that to myself, I had to make sure that girl wasn't anywhere in this classroom. I didn't see her. I didn't see that girl's form anywhere. It should have been a hallucination after all. My seat was in the 5th row from the front. There were 9 rows in total. She wasn't in any of the rows in front of me, which meant behind me? But I couldn't turn around. I couldn't do something so likely to catch others' attention. Was she really in here or not? My neck muscles weren't prickling. No one was looking at me. I didn't feel a gaze. Was she? Wasn't she? Which one? Stared steadily down at the top of my desk. I attempt to search out that girl's existence by her presence alone. Right then, I heard the sound of our homeroom teacher entering the classroom. I had forgotten his name. I had the feeling that it'd been something like Tsukaji or Tsukada. He was a PE teacher who graduated from a PE college, a total musclehead. But he wasn't hot-blooded or didn't use corporal punishment. If I had to put it in some way or another, I said he was the type of... I would say he was the type to get a joke. For some reason, the class started going into commotion. But at the moment, my attention was completely occupied by seeking out the demon girl. Like, I could possibly detect her through her presence alone. This wasn't a manga. Was I a fool or what?
今日から転校生が入ることになった。
The teacher muttered, I see. That was the reason there had been a fuss. Guess who's gonna get transferred in? I have a feeling.
ほら、折原、みんなに挨拶しろ。
I haven't heard the transfer student speak. Was there really someone there? I cast a look at the teacher's podium. There's someone there, no doubt about it. She was remarkably small. Maybe even more of a runt than Nanami. She was that Moe type who looked a little timid and gave off an aura of having been bullied. I'd say she reached the so-so level for a 3D girl. For some reason, she was facing down, and the corners of her eyes were full of tears. My classmates' commotion increased in response to the fact that she wasn't trying to say anything. Our teacher patted her on the shoulder considerately. The typical protect head pat. Or shoulder pat in this case, man.
どうやら折原は緊張しているようだな。よし、挨拶はいい。みんな、この子は折原梢だ。仲良くしてやってくれ。折原、席は一番後ろだ。席についていいぞ。
Without saying a single word, the transfer student bowed her head and began walking my way. Her seat was 4 rows behind mine. I wondered if I should pretend to watch the transfer student walk to the back in order to check the faces of the people in the rows behind me. That's the one part of the anime. Okay, on a group watch before reading the VN when everyone told me to leave and I just didn't. Okay. But that itself would be fairly attention-grabbing behavior. There was also the dread that the delinquents might pick a meaningless fight with me saying, don't start drooling over the transfer student just because you think she's cute. Well, you probably shouldn't do that anyways, but... What should I do? Should I turn around, or would it be better to wait until homeroom ended? I hung my head and clenched my fists. It wasn't no good. I didn't have the guts to do it. What if I turned around and my eyes met that girl's? The thought of it made me shudder.
この人、似てる。
He's like me. Her voice undoubtedly had reached my ears. The transfer student passed close by my desk. The passing by. Okay, it's gonna get intense apparently. This is like this sounds like some psycho communication. This didn't sound like spoken word, but differently. You know, I don't know if you know what I mean, but like they were communicating through their heads instead of voice, through thoughts instead of voice and motion. Just my guess. Before I knew it, I'd unconsciously raised my face. The transfer student paused beside my desk for the barest of seconds, but she didn't turn towards me.
同じクラスでよかった。
So this is psychocommunication, in a sense. The transfer student soon retreated further and further away from my seat. Had she been speaking to me? Why had she started talking to me all of a sudden? I resembled her. She was glad we were in the same class. Had we met once before? No, I absolutely had no recollection of her face. Unlike in certain eroge, I didn't have a childhood friend I'd played together with in the distant past. Was I becoming popular with girls after all? Or else, was that transfer student too one of the demon girl's subordinates? If so, the dragnets had tightened around me yet again. I was in the midst of running out of places to flee to. Homeroom came into a sudden end, while I thought frantically about the new doubts that had arisen in my head. There were about 5 minutes until the first period's class started. Mr. Mikun was charging toward the transfer student's seat. It looked like he meant to start hitting on her out of left field. Other classmates also seemed deeply interested in her, and the classroom had grown more wild and boisterous than usual. At a glance, she appeared to be a nonchalant, peaceful tableau. But to me, it was virtually the same as being behind enemy lines. My heartbeat wouldn't calm down. My whole body was tense, and it took immense courage for me to move even a single finger. My impulse to turn around warred with my reason, which told me I mustn't.
Taku?
Wow. I almost stopped breathing. The inside of my head went pure white. I heard a voice from close behind me. She really was there. She existed in this place.
具合悪そうだけど。平気?
I'm gonna drink something very quickly. Run! You've gotta run! No matter how I thought it, my legs were trembling and it didn't seem like I'd be able to stand up well. While I stayed frozen, the demon girl, Saki Hatarimi, circled around in front of my desk.
汗びっしょり。風邪でもひいたんじゃない?
In the same way as 2 days ago, she spoke to me as though she were worried for me. The same way as 2 days ago, she held a handkerchief with a soft floral scent to it. Instead of accepting it, I hastily wiped my sweat with my hand.
何?
I couldn't meet her eyes, though I could tell from the tone of her voice that she was smiling.
さっき何話してたの?
Remy crouched in place so her eyes were on the same level as mine, and propped her chin up on her hands. She took a peek at my face. I desperately averted my eyes. Damn it, she seemed determined not to let me escape. My anxiety threatened to tear open my heart. Somebody, save me.
すっごく気になる。
What was she talking about? Who had said what to me?
転校生。あの子がタクの机の横を通るときに、小声でさ、ボソボソーっと。
ボソボソーっと。
この人、似てる。同じクラスでよかった。
もしかして、あの子と知り合い？
Do you? Remy was still smiling, but it was my imagination that her voice had started shifting into a more demanding tone, like she was interrogating me.
タクってリアルの女の子に興味ないんじゃなかったっけ？もしかして本当は興味あるの？
Yeah, 3D girls and interest. What do you plan to do after asking that? Did she mean to pump me for personal information, then abuse it? To begin by stating the conclusion, I'm not interested in 3D girls. I always said that thoroughly.
じゃあさ、私にも実は興味あったりする？
A chill ran down my back, though I had just wiped it. Fresh sweat sprang up on my forehead. Had that been advance notice that she would kill me? Or was the demon girl inviting me to become her comrade? Or else did she intend to seduce me and trap me by acting moe? The danger of signals rang on and on in my head. Don't talk with the demon girl any longer, otherwise she'll destroy me. I was frantic. I managed to stand up hastily and dash out of the classroom, running into other people's desks here and there along the way. I ran up the stairs without looking to either side and came out on the empty roof. It looked as though she hadn't chased me. Even so, I couldn't let myself feel relieved yet, and so I hugged my knees and hid for some time in the shadows. My knees were trembling. I couldn't believe I'd succeeded in running in this condition. It showed how desperate I'd been. I was sick of this reality. The D-sword I'd gone out of my way to buy hadn't been any useful in any capacity. I certainly couldn't bring it to school, not with how much it'd stand out there here. She caught me off guard. 2 days ago, when I heard from Misumi-kun that Remy was our classmate, I'd figured that he'd either been making it up on the spot or had merely been imagining things. But she really had become my classmate. It would almost definitely prove useless to ponder how she had managed to slip in, because she was a demon. She could easily do things which humans were incapable of. Maybe she had brainwashed my whole class. No, even all of the teachers at school. I couldn't go to hospital anymore. Now I couldn't go to school. Yuo was at cafe, and Shogun appeared online. She and her underlings were clearly venturing closer and closer to me. And they were... oh, damn, that was a bit too... and they were constantly launching psychological attacks at me. Maybe it would have been better to stop leaving my base. Reality was too full of danger and enemies. They stirred me up and threatened my peaceful lifestyle, when all I wanted to do was live quietly. I gazed up at the blue sky, which floated there carelessly as the wind blew white clouds across it. It would be so wonderful if I could become one of the clouds. "3 hours passed. The whole time I'd stayed curled up in the same place, unmoving. For now, I didn't sense anyone else coming up. Here, I had at last been freed from my strain. The problem was what came after this. During break, students would without doubt come up here to eat their lunches. That was why making a break for it in the middle of the 4th period and returning to my base at the top speed was the best option. I'd mess up my minimum attendance shift hard, but I possessed not a trace of the courage needed to return to the classroom where the demon girl lay in wait. I decided not to worry about the fact that I had left my bag in the classroom. Whatever the case, all I had in there were textbooks, my wallet, my key, and anything else important would be in my uniform's pockets, probably. Growing uneasy, I searched through my pockets, wallet, keys, cell phones. They were all where they should be. That was when I remembered that someone had called me. I'd been pretty frantic at the time, though not as much as when Rimi talked to me. Who on earth? I couldn't think of anyone who would call me besides my family. Nanami seemed like the most probable. But I didn't think about whether she might end up causing me trouble. On the other people who knew this number were... come to think of it, I'd told it to the detectives. If it had been one of them, I should probably have answered. But, you know, I think even detectives should know that school... that children at this age are going to school, and at this time of the day are probably at school. I think... to express my opinion. And anyway, all that talk about sending officers to my base had ended up going unsettled. The call's phone number was displayed on the LCD screen. It appeared not to be Nanami. When I looked more closely, I saw that I had a new voicemail. I had the vague feeling that I might or might have not seen this number before. Just in case, I checked the history of calls. Only 5 calls were displayed here and there. Delusion time! Red it is! Only 5 calls were displayed there. In other words, since the time I first bought the cell phone, only these 5 calls had reached it. Plus, 3 of them were from Nanami. Now, as for the remaining 2, the one from a little earlier and the one from 5 days before were displayed as numbers instead of names, since they hadn't been recorded in my address book. It was the same number, 03X733X991. If they'd bothered to leave me a message, it might be someone who very much wanted to convey something to me. So, delusions start. For now, I might as well listen to it. Oh, Trash Girl is back.
ごめんなさい。突然お電話しちゃって。ただ、どうしてもお話ししたいことがあって。セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュア、私も買いました。西条くんのおかげです。ありがとうございました。
I need to see both positive, negative, and neutral for this one. Okay, I'm gonna follow that. So once I finish this delusion, I'll go back to the old save and skip until this delusion turns up.
とっても可愛いんですけど、ちょっとエッチですね。買うときすごく恥ずかしかったです。あ、そうそう。今週のブラチュー見ました？すご ね。私、見ながらずっとドキドキしちゃって。
ドキドキ。
この多重人格者。
What a certain turn in conversation, you multiple personality freak.
あなたが殺したの。人殺し。真犯人。罪を償いなさい。逃がさないから。その目、誰の目？
Dude, what? It was no more than my own delusion, but it terrified me. For now, it was entirely possible that you had actually looked up my cell phone number somewhere and called me. I wanted to avoid listening to the voice message, but because I'd stimulated the worst possible outcome through my delusions, I should be able to put up with anything as long as it only involved listening. Shaking off my melancholy, I made the message play back, scoping out my surroundings again and again to verify that the demon girl wasn't around here. There, I put my phone to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービスセンターです。新しいメッセージは1件です。
So I get that. I think this was a short delusion, but this was the end of the delusion since it's not warped anymore, the vision. I'm gonna just put a save here. And then load the old save again and skip. So, load the old save. Yes, so we're gonna go back to the trigger. Green. In other words, since the time we first bought this cell phone, only these 5 people had called it, plus 3 of them were from Nanami. Now, as for the remaining 2, the one from a little earlier and the one from 5 days ago were displayed as numbers instead of names, since they hadn't been recorded in my address book. It was the same number, 03X733X X991. Same number as before, and the other delusion. If they'd bothered to leave a message, it might be someone who very much wanted to convey something to me. For now, I might as well listen to it.
あのさ、私だけど。別に、あんたの声が聞きたいから電話したわけじゃないんだからね。なんとなく、暇だったからとか、その程度の理由だから、わかった？でも、クラスが別になって、最近、話す機会が少なくなったね。あんた、私のこと、どう思ってるわけ？例えばさ、私に告ってみようとか思わないわけ？
Which of the girls is it? Is that you again?
別に、あんたに告られたからって、私は嬉しくもなんともないんだからね。そもそも、私が OK する保証は、万に一つぐらいしかないんだし。でもさ、行動しなくちゃ、何にも始まらないって思わない？とにかくあんたは試しに告ってみること。分かっちゃう。今日の放課後伝説の木の下で待ってるから。急いで来なさいよ。来なかったら承知しないんだからね。
I think he's gonna dismiss this, but I'm not sure. It could happen. Nah, it couldn't, lol. We didn't have a legendary trio whatsoever at our school. Who is this Sundar supposed to be anyway, lol? I hadn't tried hard enough to respect to the character's settings, but I should have at least made her to be Seiratan. Just a second, Auto Mod is telling me something. Is it not the time to be... It's not the time to be having daydreams, is it? Feeling hollow, I let out a sigh and decided to listen to the real voice message. I scoped out my surroundings, verifying that the demon girl wasn't there, then put my phone to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービスセンターです。
Okay. We're back to the voicemail, to the actual voicemail, so we're gonna go back to the trigger point and choose nothing, because that's also a choice. And in other words, blah blah, plus 3 from anatomy. We've already had that. Same number, same message. Who could it be? Maybe it really was the police. It wasn't Miss Mikono or the demon girl. They had been there before my eyes when my phone rang. If I ruled them out, the remaining possibility was Yua. But she shouldn't be aware of my cell phone number. Besides, I didn't have anything to discuss with Yua anymore. For now, I might as well listen to it. I scoped out my surroundings, verifying that the demon girl wasn't there, then put the phone to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービスセンターです。1件目、10月17日、金曜日、午前8時28分の伝言です。
Haha. This sounds interesting.
なんぞこれ。
Rather than anyone's voice, what I heard was a deeply familiar melody. I had the sense that it was ringing out from a slight distance. Perhaps the person on the other end of the line had been near a traffic light. This song was often played at pedestrian crosswalks in order to let people with visual disabilities know when the light turned green. First bottle of Mountain View is gone. By the way, it was a children's song called Let Me Pass. Though a lot of people knew the melody, far fewer knew the lyrics. Oh, on a side note, I know them because I'd learned them in middle school. Well, but it wasn't as though I remembered them perfectly. Let me pass, let me pass. Where will this path take me? It's the path of the Tenjin Shrine. Will you please let me pass? No, not if you have no business here to celebrate my child turning 7. I've come to present a tithe. Going there is easy, but coming home is... What? That's the police siren for me. It sounded like coming home is beep bop beep bop beep bop beep bop. It wasn't very auspicious, but it wasn't very auspicious. What with how it reminded me of an ambulance. Meh. It must have been a coincidence, but it was creepy. All the same, yeah, ambulance probably. Not police, rather ambulance. The instant after the traffic signal's melody got cut off, there came a massively high volume sound akin to that of a buzzer. It was so loud, I didn't waste a second in taking the phone away from my ear. Is that an ear rape troll as a voicemail? When I gingerly returned to the phone to my ear, the message had already finished playing. What had it been? At the very end, I might have faintly heard a roar, like the ground rumbling. The kanji I can't read. Ryan-se, the illusions are good. That buzzer was something completely separate from the melody of the traffic light. For it to have such tremendous volume, all I could assume was that the phone's receiver had been deliberately placed close to the source of the sound. My heart began to race when I thought that. Had I done anything to earn someone's dislike? Torianse, let me pass. Also, is that a full width yeah or a half width yeah? I can't tell that from reading it on the screen. Who made me call? Who made this call to me anyway? I could return the call using the number displayed on my phone, but I wouldn't be able to bring myself to redial a prank caller. In the end, my only available choice was to leave it be. Besides, my current situation was far worse than a prank call like this. Yeah, that modifies the re sound to be a rias sound. That's what I thought, and that's what I thought would be the thing of the half-width characters. So probably just got mistaken with the proper terminology. I put the phone away in my pocket and left school, carefully observing what lay around me all the while. It's still full width. Okay. So it's a small, yeah, full width. Okay. So. Yeah, I know you write it small when you're writing it in by hand, but I don't know how it would end up on a computer. I know the Microsoft IME is supposed to do that automatically, but the half-width option kind of sounds like you could do it manually. But, yeah. Just, Nishizu's Takumi alma mater. What is that alma mater? Second, Kitazawa Elementary School was about 5 minutes walking distance from a private railway station. Thinking that he'd like to speak with the teacher who had been responsible for Nishizu Takumi during elementary school, Ban Yasuji attempted to contact him via phone, but was told that sadly he had passed away. Press F to pay respect to Ben Yasuji. No, to the teacher. Sorry. Wrong person. Press F to pay respect to Takumi's teacher. Ban, resorting to speak instead with the one who had answered the phone, the head teacher, Kamio, went to school together with his partner. That's half-width. Okay, half-width is only available for katakana. Thank you for the heads up. I wonder if the stream chat on the video renders the kanas properly. I have no clue. As it was a Saturday, the school gates were closed. The two detectives, Ban and Suba, stopped there and looked over at the school building. An extraordinarily eye-catching, brilliantly colored mural was painted on the white outer wall. Without any knowledge of art and aesthetics, Ban had no idea what it signified, but the way the spiral-shaped painting, changed to 7 different colors as it went from top to bottom reminded him of a rainbow. The chat doesn't appear on video, that's bad. Well, let me have a quick look at my edit thing. So, apparently, the chat is not showing up. Give me a sec. Yeah, that's not quite how it should look like. Alban gazed at the mural and found himself with his hand outfound. His partner Suba pressed the intercom button near the school gates. So this is supposed to be transparent. It isn't. Give me a second, I'll quickly fix that. So since I've changed my passwords, all the API keys for example, the chat access were changed as well. And with that, apparently it messed up some more stuff. Like all my configurations for my for the chat overlay stuff. So yeah, it's supposed to be launch copy, give me a sec. I'm gonna... Why isn't it transparent already? Okay. For now, we'll just have to live with an intransparent thing. I'm sorry. So. But let's continue. Ban abruptly looked around. He had the feeling that someone was watching him. It was a particularly clingy and unpleasant gaze. You're going to Germany tomorrow. Yay! Which part? I'm guessing you're going to the north. It was a particularly clingy and unpleasant gaze.
俺ってそんなにかっこいいか?
先輩、何変なポーズしてるんすか?
I literally just went to the Netherlands today, like a couple hours ago, to get my new glasses. Kind of just across the border.
裏門の方に通用口があるんで、そっちに回ってくれって。
Man stopped posing sight once and began to walk. They were quick to locate the staff room. The side door soon led to the school's rear entrance hallway, and getting to the staff room only required turning down one corridor. Naturally, there were no children present in the building, and the two detectives, it felt chillier than when they'd been outside, although this could have been an illusion created by the slick linoleum floor. There were 3 teachers in the staff room. One of them rose and bowed his head upon seeing the detectives enter. It was Kamio with a mild smile and mostly white hair swept over with a side part. So for soda and alcohol, yeah. It's fun. On a fun side note, when I go shopping in the Netherlands, it's mostly for soda, like Dr. Pepper, because it's like so much cheaper. Not really cheaper, but you get more value. You get more you have a better value there, in the sense of you pay a little more, but you get much more Dr. Pepper. For, you know, you pay like €1.50 for €1.40 for like 1 liter Dr. Pepper in Germany, but you pay like 170 for 2 liter of Dr. Pepper in the Netherlands. We literally buy in bulk every time we go. You pay less for more. Well, in the Netherlands, it's you pay a little bit more, But on average, per liter you pay less. Because the liter size is a bit bigger in the Netherlands, you naturally pay more, but in average you pay less per liter. Yeah. I don't really buy in bulk in the Netherlands. Since it's close by, but for you I guess it makes sense because you have a bit more distance to travel. Ban and Suwa showed their police IDs to him almost simultaneously, then entered the topic at the hand soon after a brief greetings. It was Suwa's role to ask him questions.
ここの卒業生である西条匠くんについて教えていただきたいんですが。
彼のことは印象に残っています。私は担任ではなかったから詳しくとなると無理ですが、それでも構いませんか。
Suwa nodded, taking out his notebook and readying himself to jot things down.
西条くんはどんな子だったんですか？
難しい子だと聞いていました。特殊だと。
特殊だと。
特殊？
本来なら他の生徒に混ざって勉強するのはとても困難な、病気を患っていたらしく。
具体的には？
そこまで私が言ってしまっていいのかどうか。ご家族なり医師なりに聞いていただけますか。
In recent times, all schools had begun responding with this don't rock the boat attitude. They wouldn't cooperate fully when it came to anything that might result in a lawsuit from a parent or guardian. It made doing one's job as a policeman much harder.
担任の先生はなんで亡くなったんです？
事故です。遠足の最中、乗っていたバスが陥没した道路に。
あ、自分それ知ってるっす。ニュースでやってたっすよね。
子供たちは怪我をしただけで、幸い命は助かったのですが、斉藤先生だけが犠牲になってしまい、なんともやりきれない思いです。
As the sole victim. Do I smell conspiracy there? Well, I kind of do. I don't know if it's true though. So... yeah, this sounds... yeah, a bit... yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't quite sound
西条くんもその事故に巻き込まれ
normal.
た。
Did Nishijou... Kamui gave a small side-to-side shake of his head in response to Ban's
あの子
question.
は当日欠席していて、バスには乗っていませんでした。
欠席の理由は？
病が悪化したと聞いたような覚えがありますが。
Ban, too, had a faint recollection of that incident. After the incident, glancing on TV and at the TV had shown him the mass media swarming day after day around the house of the one male child who hadn't been involved.
あれは悲しい事故だったんですよ。
For some reason, as Kamio repeated in steps, he placed a strong emphasis on the word accident. Well, the Automod, yeah, the Automod is going wild sometimes. I should be able to get Wyatt happened as he stayed home at this point. It was a custom of mine to chat with a Grim with a bit of before starting his O. What to the birthday? Are those all Scandinavian names? They don't seem familiar to me, except of Otto, maybe. Or exchange information about interesting threads on that channel, go on and on about Arrow stuff, recommend new comics to each other, or discuss the previous day's anime casual stuff like that. Surprisingly, we didn't talk about ESO much. Why you ask? Because we talked to death afterward while we played ESO. Nightheart. Has there been some kind of weird prank going on around lately? Sauce, please. Nah, I just heard about it from someone I know. But I don't know if it is really going around or not. They only have departments near the border. The entire business is literally selling soda and stuff in bulk today, and it's cheaper than in Denmark. Seems like they play weird sounds into your cell phone's voicemail. Like a Moya voice saying arrow stuff to you. Oh? We don't really have that kind of thing in the Netherlands. There's one store though. There's one store. I think it's the die Gebrüder von Venlo. It's by Gebrüder, whose job is to just sell stuff in bulk, cheaper than you could in Germany. But that's mostly the exotic stuff, like coffee and soda. That's cheaper in the Netherlands, which they sell in bulk. They can't sell everything cheaper there, but for some stuff like coffee, it's apparently worth it going there if you're buying stuff in bulk. Nightheart, what area are you thinking of? On the contrary, who wouldn't want who wouldn't you? Blah. On the contrary, wouldn't you want them to hurry up and do that to you, huh? Well, then whose eyes are those? Eyes. As usual, Grim had one to go and use those words. He'd made my mood go sour in an instant. Plus, his Japanese was strange. Were those words so fascinating that they merited being shoehorned in, even when they didn't fit. We have this town about the border stuff. There's Venlo not too far away from my place, which is on federal holidays. It's being invaded by the Germans. When the Germans have holidays, they basically invade Venlo to go shopping. That's where they earn a lot of money. Basically, all the shops probably get a lot of income just through those German holiday escapees. Like people who forgot to do shopping on regular days and then it's bank holiday and no shop is open, they go to the Netherlands because the Netherlands may not have the same bank holiday on the same day. At least they didn't fascinate me one bit. Far from it, they made me go cold. But no point in fighting with him about it. Not before I finished asking about the prank. I simply had to put up with him. Like the sound of a freak otaku thappen lol. That's foul. To answer you seriously, let's Let Me Pass. Let Me Pass. That's a song, right? The one they play at crosswalks. Yeah, yeah. Then in the middle, it suddenly switches to a sound like a buzzer. Apparently, it's pretty high decibel. Ever heard of a prank like that? Seems like the kind of thing that'd be a fad at channel, doesn't it? The mysterious buzzer-like noise that had been recorded in my voicemail yesterday. I didn't know whose handiwork it was, but something about it concerned me as I had a go at asking if Grim heard of it. If it were purely a prank call, all I'd have to do from here on out was ignore it. Grim wasn't reacting. I wondered why. Okay. Grim, come on, do something. Oh, hi. You drift off? Still no reaction. It was rare for Grim to fall asleep like this. In fact, it hadn't happened once in the past. But if he was asleep, there was no helping it. We'd meet later in ESO anyway, and I could raise the subject again then. The moment I thought that and started to rise from my seat. Kept you waiting. I was searching on our channel for stuff about your prank. Oh, that's what it had been. But in other words, it meant that even the super knowledgeable Grim hadn't known about this prank. Forget our channel. It isn't anywhere outlined. That suggested the prankster had done it because they harbored some kind of personal grudge against me. The identity of the caller concerned me after all, but I wasn't gutsy enough to call back. But since I knew the phone number, I could use someone as a scapegoat and make them call for me. Nanami and Misumikun seemed like the best choices. No, Misumikun was out because he might have been brainwashed by the demon girl. And Nanami was my little sister, so I wouldn't have any trouble asking her to do it. She'd probably get pissed at me afterwards, but it wouldn't be my problem. Nothing wrong with making her experience social hardship, societal hardship firsthand every once in a while. I thanked Grim, promised to meet with him in Izo a couple hours later, and closed the chat. Right then, my stomach gurgled. Man, I was hungry. Did I have cup ramen stuck up somewhere? I went hunting for it, but I couldn't spot it anywhere. I reluctantly decided to get some at the convenience store. Konbini. The sun had already set. Possible I'd have preferred to avoid walking around after dark, because lately all that had given me were nasty memories. I do have this sense of, I think we may have another delusion here. So this scene just cries for a delusion. Since it's dark and he's alone and stuff. He should have taken his sword with him, because being alone in the dark is never a good idea without any preparation. I unthinkingly hastened my pace, hurrying down the road to the store. This is Saturday, so I would have expected to cross paths with any number of pedestrians, but so far I hadn't encountered a single one. The stores that were always open had been closed. It was a tad strange. Maybe I was under the wrong impression, thinking it was 7 p.m. when it actually was around 2 a.m. Okay, maybe not. Even so, it was far too quiet. For the most part, I couldn't hear any miscellaneous city noises. The town's ambience was different than usual. I arrived at the convenience store in the Shenzhen Plaza. The plaza was in front of the train station, but there wasn't a single person here either. I was gradually starting to get scared. The sudden absence of something I had taken for granted all That alone was enough to give me the sense I had fallen to another world. Under ordinary circumstances, I skirted away from meeting with and talking to people, but right now, I just wanted to see someone's face. I ran inside the convenience store. There absolutely had to be a Clark in there. So I thought, as I surveyed the store's interior. This kind of looks like a photograph, and here we have the delusion trigger. And let's just quickly save here, so we can go back to this trigger another time. Going for green. I did put the save point here. Yeah, I did. No customers, not even a cashier.
まさか。
This wasn't possible. The cashier had to be doing something in the back of the store. If I brought some goods up to the register, they'd soon re-emerge. That was why, in the end, I took my time picking a boxed lunch while pretending to check out some manga magazines. I set my boxed lunch down by the register. By the way, I'll keep streaming until we have chapter 3 completed today. So, it usually takes me 5 hours to complete a chapter when streaming it. But you could say we have already done 2.5 hours of chapter 3 last time, so we're not far off from the end, I think. From the end of chapter 3. If no one came out after all, maybe it was true that not a single person was here. Okay. If it's like that, then I picked up the boxed lunch I'd left by the register, then went straight for the automatic doors. I stood in front of one of the closed doors. It opened. As I was about to step outside, a cashier finally came out of another room behind the register. He was a dark, bleary-looking man, probably in college. Leaning across the counter, he glared at me with dull eyes.
お前、今万引きしようとしただろ。
Haha, busted! I shrugged my shoulders and turned back toward the register.
あんたが出てこないからでしょ。
すいません、居眠りしてました。
The clerk lowered his head to me, grinning flippantly as if he were mocking me. Something snapped inside me. God, this store didn't teach its workers anything.
当然タダで持って帰ってもいいよね。
は？それとこれとは別じゃないですか。
あんたの責任なんだからあんたが代金立て替えろよ。
ふざけんなニート野郎。
That's not how it works, Takumi.
この
I unthinkingly struck at him. My super fast straight punch hit the clerk smack on the nose. Crying out pathetically, he fell backwards, crashed into the shelves, and collapsed in place. It had been a magnificent punch, if I do say so myself.
すいません。
As blood gushed from his nose, the clerk prostrated himself on the floor with tears in his eyes.
お金は結構さ、だから帰ってください。
わかればいいんだよ。
Well, was that it? I grabbed 4 dorayaki bean pastries from the display in front of the register, then satisfied went back to the
二度
door.
と来るかバカ。
Tossing back that line, so to snazily get in the last word, I breezed out of the store. Falling asleep and into a coma here. Well, Mountain View helps. I'm not being sponsored by anybody. It's just memeing with drinks and stuff. Several minutes passed while I fantasized. There was no indication that a cashier would appear. I had no intention of dirtying my hands with delinquent behavior like in my daydream. That said, I didn't possess the aggression needed to yell out for the cashier either. I simply stood motionless in the empty store. I very much wanted to believe that the clerk had dozed off, so I tried waiting for another 5 minutes. But in that time, neither a cashier nor any other customers appeared. I didn't hear any sounds. At least I became frightened and returned the box to its original shelf before leaving. So, I'm gonna... No worries, Sir Lizard. So, I'm gonna load the save where with the delusion trigger and do the other delusion. The red delusion. So we have had the green delusion before. Now it's red. No one was there. No customers, not even a cashier.
Masaka.
This wasn't possible. The cashier had to be doing something in the back of the store. If I brought some goods to the register, they'd soon re-emerge. That was why, in the end, I took my time picking a box lunch while pretending to check out some manga magazines. I set my lunch down by the register. No one came out. Somehow, I had a bit feeling about this. This wasn't normal after all. Maybe I had stumbled into some truly unthinkable scene. Standing in front of the register, I cast a careless look outside the store. Beyond the automatic glass doors lay the roads, a road upon which not a single person was walking. I saw a human form in the shadows of the apartment complexes, sandwiching the street. The form soon hid away. Even so, I had seen it distinctly. The figure's hand had been holding up something like a long black pipe. It resembled... Wasn't it a sniper rifle? A sniper rifle. This meant they were the right police, or alternatively an SAT team. I hadn't seen any shoppers or cashiers because the police had sealed off the area. But for which purpose? Having thought that far, I gave myself a start. I swiftly looked around the inside of the store, then concealed myself in the shadow of a shelf. What if there was currently a standoff taking place right now in this very store? The criminal, having taken the cashier hostage, could have holed up in the back room. And that criminal might be the true new generation perpetrator. What a development. I crouched in place and cradled my head. Why had I ended up coming to such a dangerous place? More importantly, the police were the police. If you've shut down the area, you should have stopped me before I went into the store. Was there no way for me to get to go outside? What if the criminal is you? Well, the other delusion, he definitely was almost criminal. By shoplifting. If I stayed here, I end up as a hostage too. Luckily, I hadn't bumped into the criminal yet. If he was holding up in the back room, it would be best to flee now. I was so frightened, my knees quaked. It took tremendous effort merely to stand up. Even so, I hovered low and stealthily made for the automatic door. It began with the kind of cliche. I get it, what you mean with what if the criminal is you? Ah, that has taken too long. Cliche decoration that you wouldn't even hear the TV detective shows it anymore. From outside the area, a policeman began roaring through an amplifier. Startled, I hid deeper in the shadows of the building. What an endlessly stereotypical way to call him out! Don't you have a negotiator or something? Too short, 30 seconds, he said. Wait, leaping into action, do you mean to expose the hostages to danger? Do that in contemporary Japan, and the public and the media will bash you like there's no tomorrow. What the hell were the police thinking? I stifled my breathing and curled up into a ball. My heart hammered away incredibly fast. It felt like it would tear itself to pieces. If the police broke their way in by force, the convenience store would surely become a battlefield. I'd get caught up in it without having any say in the matter. I might die from being hit by a stray bullet. Anything but that. I couldn't see the criminal's movements. The store was silent. I became irritated. Why was the criminal acting like such a friggin' idiot? Come on and hurry up and surrender, please. If you don't, I'll get tangled up in it. Go hunting. I attentively peeked out from behind the shelf and looked outside once more. What if what I saw shocked me? Several SAT sharpshooters, their sniper rifles at the ready, were camped out in an area easily visible from here. I hurriedly whipped my head back in. The police meant to shoot the criminal to death. Would they be able to get away with that kind of thing in Japan? I couldn't believe this. This has to be alive. Give me a damn break. As I looked around in the area, I caught a glimpse of my hand. For some reason, my hand was gripping a long knife. On top of that, the blade was glistening red. This was blood. I grew bewildered. Since when had I had a knife? No, rather, where had I gotten this knife from? From close by came the sound of someone groaning. A clerk was lying there. A bleary-looking man, probably a college student. His hands were bound behind him, and his mouth was sealed with packing tape. Packing tape. The clerk stared at me. His eyes were dyed to the color of terror. Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me like that. It almost makes you seem like you're looking at a criminal. Hey Toby, thank you for tuning in. Greetings to me. Well, that sounds kind of wrong. Greetings to Michelle. Was I the criminal? No, it wasn't me. I haven't done anything. It's time! We will now proceed to open fire on you. This is a lie, snipers! It's a lie. It's a lie! There's no such thing as policemen like that. Anyway, what was up with the whole yelling fire bit? It's not as if this were a Sengoku area battle. Several minutes passed while I fantasized. There was no indication that a cashier would appear, so I think the delusion is over now. It just kind of sounds wrong when I say greetings to me on stream. So to distinguish that from the English me, I kind of, yeah. So sorry. Several minutes passed while I fantasized. There was no indication that a cashier would appear. I very much wanted to believe that the clerk had dozed off, so I tried waiting for another 5 minutes. But in that time, neither a cashier nor any other customers appeared. I didn't even hear any sounds. At last, I became frightened and returned the box lunch to its original shelf before leaving. So that was one odd delusion of Takumi. So basically, he imagined himself being the perpetrator of taking a hostage. What's that called in English? Eine Geiselnahme, whatever. The perpetrator of a Geiselnahme, yeah. I went to a railroad crossing located close beside the station. From there, I had a good view of the Shinkansen station platform. I'd presumed that here, if nowhere else, couldn't possibly be devoid of people, but no one was there. After all, I waited for the train to come in. Once it came, there would have to be passengers getting off. Even if no one left, I'd see them riding in the train as it passed before me. I tried to make myself think that there'd been a fatal accident, but that one that had messed up the train schedules. But as before, no customers whatsoever emerged onto the platform. Train stations messed up and stuff. That reminds me of a certain scene on Steins Gate. Having come to this point, I finally realized the gravity of the situation. Strange, this was bizarre. Oh yeah, I should try going to Shibuya Station. People would definitely be there, no doubt about it. 24 hours a day, it didn't matter when. People were always, without fail, in the Shibuya Station Plaza. I broke into a run without a moment's hesitation. So this store is saying, I think, Atarikushi. Atarikushi. Thanks for that compliment me. I ran as if my life depended on it. I didn't want to stop, even when my breath came up short. Atarikuji. Yeah, Atarikuji, genau. Exactly. And above it says Mi Ra. I think. Mi Ra. I'm still in the process of training my kana knowledge. I'm pretty okay with hiragana, but I'm rubbish with katakana. Fun fact, now I know that Davixa is watching. The way I remembered the kanji for not the kanji, sorry, the hiragana for da was because of Davixa's avatar. And the da is kind of, you could say, a modification of the ta katakana. That is a true story. When I was looking at the katakana table and was preparing for my Japanese test, I saw, oh, ta, da. Wait, you know the symbol from the Vixa's avatar. It might have been the first time I'd run with all my might since I was born. As I ran, I prayed for this to be some kind of tasteless nightmare. But it wasn't a dream. My heart and lungs hurt so badly, it felt like they were shredding. It was a pain that transcended the dimension of dreams. I was surprised at the extreme fervor of my own breathing. It hurt no matter how much air I sucked in. Oh, I know this feeling. This is so terrible. When you're like running for your life, breathing so hard it hurts. As I ran down Dogen Hill, I finally caught sight of the 107 building. By now, my legs had gone unsteady. My body felt astoundingly heavy. Even so, I forced my feet to keep moving forward. I could no longer afford to keep an eye on my surroundings. On the contrary, the entirety of my consciousness was forced on the pedestrian scramble that symbolized Shibuya. A little longer. Just a little longer. Come on. Once I passed 107, it'd be right there. The largest in Japan. It was the place in Japan where the largest number of people came swarming together all at once. Moving simultaneously with changing of the traffic signals, which was why I had to get to the scramble. The scramble! Katakara, kara, from a Gazette song. Oh. I don't know which Gazette song you mean, because I'm not really that schooled with Gazette songs. Although I do like their style. Which song was it? I'm kind of curious. Wow, this is some interesting stuff. Empty. Well, at this point I have to say, this reminds me of Steins Gate again. In the first episode, or in the first couple scenes of the visual novel, where just everything disappears after this email has been sent. The Shibuya Station Plaza, which you could survey from the Y-shaped road in front of the 107, a soundless world, a dead-seeming world. The space that was supposed to be flooded with sound was not governed by silence. All I could hear was my own ragged breathing. In the middle of the wide street, I fell heavily to my knees. I couldn't walk any further than this. Shock had drained all the strength from my body. Right, left, front, back, everywhere. No one was there. Even though 7 on a Saturday night was the time when Shibuya ought to be the most crowded of all. What was happening? It was a lie. This had to be a lie. I closed my eyes and nursed my head. This was a dream. An illusion. There was no way this could be reality. Yes, I had thought I wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life by myself. I didn't want anyone to meddle with me, and I didn't want to get involved in anything. But I hadn't wished for a world without anyone else in it. If no one was there, who would pay for my living expenses? If no one was there, who would make convenience store bucks lunches for me to eat? If no one was there, who would play ESO with me? If no one was there... A sound. I hear a sound. It wasn't me. Someone else had made it. Someone was there. Someone other than me was close by here. I felt like I'd reached salvation. As I thought, it had coincidentally happened to appear like no one was there. In truth, not one person had disappeared. I hadn't been left behind in the world, all alone. I was so relieved, I almost cried. I sent my gaze in the direction the sound had come from. Oh! I know the CG of the person that's gonna appear. But I have no clue. It's this wheelchair guy. There was a boy in a wheelchair. A short distance away from me, though still in the middle of the crossing, he sat quietly in place. At the moment, I couldn't tell quite how old he was. Going by the size of his body, he could have been an elementary school student. Because his hat was pulled down low over his eyes, I couldn't see much of his expression. Except...
やっと会えたね。
The boy's voice sounded particularly clear to me, feeling as though he'd whispered right into my ear. I unintentionally whirled around. But of course, there was no one behind me.
これどうなってるんですか?
It was Toguro from the Gazette. I'll look at it after the stream. Thanks for the heads up, Toby. Though he was younger than me, I found myself speaking formally.
どうして誰もいないのか? 君は理由を知ってますか? 知ってるよ。
知ってるよ. Despite the fact that his voice sounded young, there was nothing childish about its
それより
ambience.
僕のメッセージは受け取ってくれた?
Message? I didn't know what he was talking about.
誰だ? 君は
This is exciting. So, I suspect that he's the guy behind the voice message. But I think that's kind of an obvious conclusion to make at this point. So the boy moved his wheelchair a tiny bit forward because perhaps it was old. Perhaps because it was old, simply going forward made it let out rusty
その目
noises.
誰の目? でしょ?
I was confused. Why had this boy murmured, "Whose eyes are those eyes? Here and now. What in the world was he?"
目覚めるんだ。早く。出ないと。もっとたくさんの人が死んじゃうことになるから。君は一体
I rubbed my eyes, wiping away my tears. Thanks to that, I was finally able to take a clear look at the boy's face. これはゾンビですか? This boy wasn't even a boy. His skin was wrinkled as an old man's. His cheeks were gaunt. His eye sockets were sunken to a sickly extent. His eyes were clouded. He had no eyebrows. There is none. There is no ChäoS anime. It does not exist. And his body was as small as a child's.
将軍だよ。
This is Shogun. Finally, we get to meet him. For a second, I forgot to breathe. My head rocked with an impact akin to that of being struck by a hammer. The ground shook. So your girlfriend is into my stream and fascinated. I'm happy. So my body was tilting. I splayed a hand on the asphalt, holding myself up. Just now, what had he said? Shogun. He was Shogun.
忘れないで。君は逃げちゃいけない。
You mustn't run away. You mustn't run away. You mustn't run away. This reminds me of a certain Shinji. I raised my head and watched as Shogun, who had already turned his back to me, left. His wheelchair creaked as it slowly receded into the distance. I thought about chasing after him and demanding all kinds of answers from him, but I didn't think of telling him. How dare you to get me involved? And hitting him. that sort of thing didn't agree with me. Hey, LeFirst. Shout out to LeFirst. My head started aching. The area around my temples throbbed sharply. I curled into the fetal position and endured the pain.
Taku.
A single noise began to spread throughout the soundless world. Whose voice was this?
Taku!
Hey, sons. Taku. The thing that had been a noise gradually transmuted into a real voice. Someone had placed a gentle hand on my shoulder.
邪魔なんだっつうの。
何してんだろうね。
最近の若いもんは。
なんかのパフォーマンスじゃないの？
タク。
Fighting with my headache, I raised my gaze. The demon girl, Rimi, was crouching over me, peering into my face. Clear eyes filled with life, eyes that looked wholeheartedly at me, only at me. So, Sun's Gate, or Friendly Guy, welcome. Again, this girl had appeared so suddenly.
歩ける？歩いて。
She slipped her hand around my side and tried to make me stand up. I shrieked and shook her off. Coming back to myself, I looked around. As before, I was in the middle of the road, but it wasn't empty anymore. There were people 360 degrees around me in every direction, and they all walked whichever way they pleased without showing any interest in me. This is a really nice CG, I have to say. Taku. Looking as if she were about to cry, Rime extended a hand towards me.
今は私の言うことを聞いて。
夜だ!
Thank you, LeFirst, for following me. There's a notification supposed to pop up, but sometimes it's a little bit buggy. When I yelled, the throbbing in my head changed to the direct pains. Even so, intent and uncaring, I crawled to open more distance between me and Dreamy.
お前だろ! お前が見せたんだ! お前の妄想だ!
Take something out of context. It's your delusion. Just ignore the word delusion and you have, you know.
僕の心を支配して精神攻撃を
controlling my attacking my
この悪魔めお前なんて剣で殺してやるベースに帰れば僕には理想
An abrupt shock shot through my neck. It stung and began to go hard. Rimi had slapped me. She was gonna kill me for sure now. On all fours, I scrambled this way and that across the ground, but Rimi grabbed my hands in a flash. She pulled me toward her with a strength I found to be unbelievable coming from a girl. She embraced me. Her soft form enveloped me tenderly. She was very warm. She smelled ever so faintly of sweat. Her smooth, shining hair tickled the end of my nose. With the wind out of my sails, my whole body threatened to go limp. It's dangerous to be alone. Take this. There was a slight catch to her voice. I didn't know whether or not she was crying. So, you sent me the photo. Okay.
信号赤になっちゃってるから。
I was lost. She didn't intend to kill me. Why was she helping me? That hallucination from earlier where all the people in Shibuya vanished. It wasn't something she'd made me see. When I sensed such a kind-hearted warmth, when she hugged me without the least bit of malice. It had the effect of shaking everything I'd believed up until now. It made me think maybe Sakahata Rimi wasn't a demon at all. Was I foolish? Was she pulling the wool over my eyes? I'm literally getting goosebumps now. This is awesome. Except one thing alone had become certain. With Rimi holding me, I felt incredibly relieved. I didn't know what to call this peculiar sensation. Upon letting go of me, Rimi collapsed my face in her hands and looked at me steadily again. Her eyes were a little reddish.
お願い。今は私についてきていい？
Somehow I ended up nodding. Right now, we were standing all alone in the middle of the crossing that everyone had vacated. The vast numbers of people waiting on the sidewalk for the light to change were paying close attention to us. I heard laughing voices come from here and there. Myriad cars pointed their headlights at us and began blaring at their horns. Rimi took a firm grip on my hand and began running toward the sidewalk. I followed in her wake as she pulled me. As the honking horns scattered across us, we made it to the sidewalk. Rimi let out a relieved breath and pulled up short. She was still holding my hand. That by itself made my heart grow calmer and calmer. I wanted to give myself over to this serenity. I wanted to stay like this forever. Rimi turned back in my direction.
無事でよかったね。
She smiled as though she were tremendously happy. I didn't think that expression of hers was a lie or an act, but
話してよ。
because up until now I had been utterly hostile towards her because see, because I had thought she was a demon. If I let her win me over, I felt like I'd cease being myself.
あ、ごめんごめん。
She quickly dropped my hand.
それにしてもびっくりした。タクが道の真ん中でうずくまってるんだもん。
I think Rimi has won the best goal place in this game for me as of right now. Just because of this scene.
信号が赤になった時はどうなることかと。
I turned my back to Rimi as she began talking cheerfully. I walked off, winding my way through the hordes of people.
僕、帰る。
じゃあ送るよ。具合悪いんでしょ？
Her voice followed me from behind, but I shook my head to refuse her.
タク。
The cheerfulness had vanished from Rimi's voice. I felt awful since she'd done so much to help me. So,
ありがとう。
arigato. I just barely managed to squeeze out those two words. To think that the three investigative teams would actually be combined into one. Banjasuji ruminated bitterly over this as he gazed out upon the detectives gathered in the Shibuya Police Department's large conference room. The Inokashira line Shibuya Station Public Bathroom Homicide, or as the media called it with amusement, the Vampire House case, had led to a truly grave personal shortage. With 3 brutal murder cases having occurred in the same jurisdiction and in close concession, the changes of them all being the work of the same criminal were at least growing higher. Some argued that the Cornelius Tower group suicide case should be left to the juvenile division, but due to how the media treated us as part of New Gen, there was the possibility that the police would become the targets of criticism if they made it an exception. And so, it was perhaps natural that the central office had selected the one choice remaining to them, which was to combine the various investigation headquarters. At the moment, as part of the integration process, the sequential New Gen cases were being re-examined one by one. The screen at the head of the conference room reflected a series of photographs of the crime scene. Suwa had been singled out to explain everything. Yesterday, the two of them had stayed up all night, putting their heads together over documents related to the 4 cases. Good work, Ban muttered internally, chin propped up on his hands.
コーネリアスタワー集団投身自殺事件の発生は9月7日っす。です。ニュージェネとマスコミが呼称している4つの事件の中では一番最初に発生してます。午後11時半ごろ、渋谷コーネリアスタワー屋上のヘリポートから男女5人が転落、全員死亡しました。5人は全員未成年の高校生、男が3人、女が2人。ただし5人のうち男女1人ずつだけが同じ学校なだけで、それ以外の3人はいずれも別の学校でした。5人それぞれの爪の間にわずかな肉片が残っており、手のひらに引っかき傷があったことが司法解剖で判明しました。そこから5人は互いに手をつないだ状態で転落したと推測されます。
They had fallen from the building while holding hands. Isn't that a bit romantic, though? Romantically?
屋上には遺書らしきものはなし。
My English. There was nothing resembling a will on the roof.
被害者5人は学校帰りに待ち合わせてコーネリアスタワーへ向かったようです。なお、事件性があることを示す根拠としては、コーネリアスタワー屋上が関係者以外立ち入り禁止であったことが挙げられます。事件があった時間、屋上への扉は施錠されており、その扉のドアノブに被害者5人の指紋は付着してませんでした。また5人の遺品からも扉の鍵は見つかっていません。このことから被害者以外の第三者が事件前後にその現場にいた可能性があります。その第三者が扉の鍵を持っており、事件前あるいは事件後に鍵を閉めて立ち去ったという線で捜査を続けてます。コーネリアスタワーのホテル従業員全員への聞き取り調査は終了。ほぼ全員にアリバイがありました。今はタワーに入っている企業の社員に話を聞いているところです。被害者たち5人には今のところ自殺する理由は見つかっていません。家族、友人、学校の教師など5人中4人の関係者が口を揃えて自殺する理由などないと断言しています。
I think the soundtracks for ChäoS are pretty good. I've listened to a couple ChäoS Child soundtracks as they were in the Steam bundle. They seem to be very different from the soundtracks I've heard before. Well, I only really have when it comes to science adventure, I only really have the Steins Gate soundtrack as a reference and a little bit of ChäoS set.
続いて通称妊娠男事件についてですが、
The Pregnant Man Case。
事件発生は9月19日、通称集団ダイブ事件から12日後。第一発見者は現場近くのカラオケ店店員、遺体発見は午前5時前後。被害者は渋谷区在住の大学3年生近衛千鶴21歳。発見された時にはすでに死亡してました。死亡推定時刻は遺体発見の約4時間前、19日の午前1時頃です。遺体は 腹部が不自然に大きく膨れ上がっており、中から胎児が発見されました。
The body's abdomen was unnaturally swollen and we discovered a fetus inside it.
司法解剖の結果、被害者は生きたまま腹部を何者かに切開され、胃の中に胎児を入れられたようです。胎児はすでにその時点で亡くなっていたと思われます。被害者が死亡したのは腹部を縫合された後、縫合した部分をかきむしったり、縫合糸を一部引きちぎった形跡が見られました。
Ooh, that sounds painful. Ooh.
胎児は妊娠8ヶ月ぐらいの状態で、母親の体から帝王切開で取り上げられたと考えられます。胎児の母親については今のところ見つかってません。その生死についても不明です。 DNA 鑑定の結果、胎児と被害者には血縁関係はありませんでした。ちなみに胎児の血液型は B 型、被害者の血液型は A 型です。
Suwa took a breath. He appeared as to have grown weary of talking continuously, not to mention the fact that he must have been nervous at speaking in front of so many of his seniors.
次に第3の事件、丸山町貼り付け殺人事件です。
After a second, the displayed slide changed into a photo of the staking crime scene.
これが現場写真です。事件発生は9月29日。被害者は太田久志、56歳、都東大学教授。
I think it's really helpful that they are showing all the new gen cases right now, of the new gen murder cases. Kind of helps us to have a recap of what has happened. And I think it's gonna be important. Well, if they put it in there, it's gonna be important, you know.
第一発見者は現場のすぐ近くのアパートに住む男性。被害者の死因は絞殺でした。殺害された後で10本程度の釘を使って貼り付けにされていました。見ての通り、遺体には外傷はほとんどありません。釘についても貼り付けは一部肉体を貫通しているものもありましたが、基本的には衣服を通して貼り付けられている状態です。
The first staking thing we have seen looked way more brutal, but I think it's another instance of staking, as staking murder, you could say.
マスコミでは貼り付け、血の惨劇などと謳われてますが、出血は全くなし。
Yeah, the one we saw was way more bloody.
釘はドイツのクロイツナーゲル社が販売している特徴的な長い十字架のような杭です。
Kreuznagel. The spikes are sold by a German company called Kreuznagel. They are stakes with distinctive long cross-like shape.
犯人が十字架型をあえて選んだということから、宗教的な側面からも捜査を進めてます。事件の起きた21時から21時半の間に、現場周辺で壁に杭を打ち付ける音が数十分続いていたという証言が複数得られました。被害者の死亡推定時刻がほぼそれと同じ時間であることから、おそらく被害者は現場かそのすぐ近くで殺害されたと思われます。
But since they're saying it was a bloodless murder, how did they kill them? Was it like a poison or a poisoning or a gas attack? And or I don't know. Then afterwards they staked him, they pinned them to the wall. That's kind of, yeah, doesn't make quite sense yet, but I hope it will soon. And also another question I need to ask myself: what kind of material is this wall made of that it allows those cross-shaped nails to, you could say, to nail the person onto this wall? So there must have the wall must have some material that is allowing that, especially for that weight.
また信憑性は怪しいですが、事件現場で私立水明学園の女生徒を見たという証言も上がってます。
Yeah, 水明。
最後に井の頭線渋谷駅トイレ殺人事件、通称ヴァンパイア事件です。
Here we see again the famous phrase painted on the wall: "Sono me, dare no me." And this looks a lot like the Jellyman stuff from Steins Gate.
事件発生は10月10日。遺体発見は午前5時半ごろ、駅員が発見しました。被害者の身元は今のところ不明。身元を示すような遺留品は一切ありませんでした。
Restspanplatten, okay. The victim's identity remains uncertain.
死亡推定時刻は前日の午前10時から午後6時の間。遺体の血液は全て抜かれており、まるでミイラのような状態で放置されていました。ご存知の通り、この写真が何者かによって撮影され、遺体発見より15分ほど前にインターネットのオークションに出品されており、
I hope that whoever posted it on the internet did a well enough job hiding their traces. Well, actually, if you want to solve this murder case, it's better if we forgot to hide those traces. You know. This tradition was that death was becoming something of a fashion.